Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, October the 21st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room, and thank you. You guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Put that comment in there. Thank you very much. Okay, William. So, wow. Well, on a personal note, HX. I was very proud of myself for taking about $1.50 on that one later on in the day. I think it was from about 16.18 that I got in, and I took it out around 17.60 or so. And I thought, okay, do not get greedy. Anyway, obviously look at it now. Even after hours yesterday, it got up to 21.63. I also participated in HUDI, H-U-D-I, for about $1 in this area also. This is a bit of a sympathy play. So obviously, guys, these China stocks are red hot, especially the low floaters. And the one I'm really kind of interested in, among others, is the XYF. Why? Take a look. First of all, of course, it had a huge volume day. It's not as crazy a low float as the other ones, but it's still a low float. But look at the room it's got. So the next high looking left is 679 right over here on that day. And then after that, you've got 845. Now, again, I'm not saying it's going to get up to 845, but it's probably the cleanest looking daily chart if it can take out that little high there. So keep an eye on XYF. And there are other China stocks. I mean, they're not all the same sector, but SNTG, mortgage and non-mortgage loan brokers, another China stock that is ramping up this morning. JRJC from yesterday, JRJC. Another one coming in, that came into the 200-day moving average and it got stalled right around there yesterday. Duo, here's another one, a cheaper one. How many shares in the float for Duo? And it's not crazy low, 24 million, so it's not a crazy low floater, but again, it's, this is so real estate, so I lumped them all into financial. I think I have one other one. Now this is, of course, I know there's somebody, I can't remember who it is. I think somebody in this room, maybe it was in the YouTube room, has been holding this one for a while. This is the old Lucan, of course, LK. And, look at the run it's had over the last few months from 7 to 1685. This is the old LK delegated or relegated to the pink sheets as LKNCY, China stock, of course. And yes, take a look at WACU, the orange man, okay, your ex-president launching, this is a SPAC. So launching a social media network via a SPAC. This is a SPAC that is going to be doing it. I don't know when it's going to happen, but that's all the excitement about this one. Crocs. Who the heck, don't have to answer, but who the heck keeps wearing Crocs? Look at Crocs, earnings play. What's interesting to me is that look at the run it had. Was down to $126. 2 days ago, it got up to 146. Here's yesterday's candle, okay? So the bets were actually being placed yesterday that whatever they were going to release regarding earnings was not going to be good. Well, they were all wrong. And it might be guidance. I didn't read the report. I don't really care. All I see is that the market has reacted very strongly to its earnings release, even though the market yesterday seemingly was thinking, nah, it's not going to be a good release. Now, what else is happening? CRNX. Keep an eye on this one. CRNX. It's a low float. Low float. Well, it's actually not a big float. It's not very much volume right now. What's interesting to me is that they are doing a financing. The financing is at 1980, so this is quite a bit above the financing price. And it may start drifting down to that financing price, 21.15. Again, it's very low float or low volume right now. And VEV is doing a financing also. VEV is doing a financing. And their financing, this is more typical, their financing is at $4.26, so it's below the financing price, as opposed to the other one that was quite a bit above the financing price. And let's see, SIOX, SIOX. And let's see, they got FDA fast track designation for their drug. 246 though is the 200-day moving. I only mention this just because it is up 10%, lots and lots of volume. But I have my doubts that anything is going to happen, especially with that 200-day moving average above it. So this is actually one of those that, you know, it looks to me like it could be a short, but what sort of room does it? Doesn't have a ton of room down though. 216, I mean from 238, if I got down to 216, that'd be awesome, but I don't know, it doesn't maybe have enough room to move down. Is on my list. TSC, big gap up here. TSC is a big gap up on earnings. TSC, big gap up on earnings. And it's holding. Boy, what a gap. Ooh, huge gap, 29% on earnings. It's a low flow too, 27 million. Hey, Real, if you can think about something like this, need some filters that you would think would be good for the 820 cross and the time frame that you would like, okay? So obviously some filters would be maybe a minimum volume, maybe a relative volume, but some other filters. And what cross would you like? 2 or 5 minute or 15? You can only have one, okay? So if you can give that some thought, because it's actually being built as we speak. So if you can give me an idea, that would be great. So that's also an acquisition, okay? You're right, Raymond James. Is this an acquisition? And now, oh, okay, Raymond James Financial will acquire. Okay, thank you. So it's not just the results. Okay, thank you. I should have realized that as I saw it flatlining. Thank you, Zach. LMDX. Looks like it is gapping down. It's a little guy. Yeah, so this is gapping down. This had a big day yesterday, but it did sell off. I mean, it got up to, what, 1045, closed down here, about $1 lower, but it is selling off now, LMDX. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. What about a relative volume, Real though? So something else. The problem is that we've got it built already, getting way too many alerts. So I think a relative volume, maybe even I don't know. It has to be something more, otherwise we're just going to too many alerts. And really, you want the 2 minute, not the 5. You only have one right now, anyway. All right, let me just do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Now, how interesting. We hardly have any of each. Yesterday, the days before, we had quite a few, but we don't have very many right now, so I'll get the upgrades in now. Problems to type it in to see the upgrades. Wait, PBR is tanking again. Well, tanking. It is moving down again. It's down 5%. PBR. Okay, very few upgrades, very few downgrades. Let me get the downgrades in now. All right, just one more to go. All right, there you have it. Upgrades, downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And just one moment, please. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, see what we have before the market opens. I'm going to go to our sector status bar, get maybe a feel for what is happening. We've got the SPY is going to open down. Okay, so as expected, so healthcare is about 50-50, but energy still getting beaten up a little bit. It was the same yesterday. So these percentages, what you're seeing here, first of all, these are the major ETFs, the major sectors. Excuse me, so for instance, XLE, that's the energy ETF. And these are the stocks that make up that sector. So only 4.5% of them are up as we speak from yesterday's close, okay? Technology, only 15% up. Communications, 27% up. So that's what those numbers refer to. So the only, if you want to call it right now, it can change, of course, once this market opens. Healthcare is about 50-50. So right now, healthcare is kind of the one that is, I mean, again, it's 50-50. So there's not really one strong sector right now. Most of them are weak, and that makes sense because the SPY is down. Of course, this can change once this market opens, but right now, that's what we see. And OJ, I've already seen it in action. You can get 30. You can get 30 alerts, in a second. You'll never know which one to take. It's not customizable for you guys. That's the problem. This is very initial, okay? Well, when you click on, Douglas, when you click on an alert, if you have the single stock window up and running, it'll, now, is it perfect? No, but it'll, sorry. It'll give you an idea about what sector it's in. If you have the single stock window up and running, for instance, VEV is in the automobile manufacturing sector, as an example. Yeah, but it's standalone. You can't do it, Jay. You see, this is a standalone. Imagine it's an alert window. Okay, that's what it is. It's like an alert window. So it's an alert window, and that is the trigger, the cross, but now we have to add the filters. The cross is the trigger, but now we have to add the filters. And so I need to, and it's unfortunate I can't do it. I have to rely on somebody else to do it, a trade ideas. So I don't want to, keep going back and forth and say, okay, add this one or don't do this one. Or, I mean, it's trial and error right now. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at just some of these little China fins are now starting. Well, like China stocks are starting to fade. I have them thumbnailed. I'm looking like the XYF, the Duo, JRJC, the HX is fading, Hoodie is fading, but it's early. Now I know a lot of you were following Novavax yesterday, NVAX, Novavax, and of course I got all hammered yesterday because of quality issues with this is of course a virus play. So it's still hanging in there though. Did not test that low of yesterday. And Zach's DNMR is still running a bit here, 4%. Yeah, it had a big pop yesterday. Did it have news yesterday? Well, I'm just looking at my headlines for it. I do not see any specific news for it. Not yesterday, anyway. Yesterday was the 20th. Yeah, no, I don't see anything specific to it yesterday. See if we have something. No. No, I don't see any specific news for it yesterday. I see AT&T is an earnings play today. Actually, it's gapped up a little bit here. It's taken all this out. Remember, I shorted this one. I can't remember if it was that day or that day, but this is gapping up. It's over this area here, the high of yesterday. I mean, it's hardly, it hasn't moved much, but hey, once the market opens, it may try to fill in this gap. It's not that much room though. I mean, to me, it looks like 27 could block it. So it's not that much room. Of course, it's a huge float. But for such a big float, it had, these two daily candles were pretty impressive for such a big float. Yeah, WE is live today. You're right. There it is. The WeWork. Was it BowX? I think it was BowX, right? BowX was the SPAC that took it over. BOWX. Yeah, it was BowX. So guys, again, put your heads together for this cross. I'm looking for some filters that might be interesting to add to the actual alert we get on the 820. No, no, it's not. It's in its infancy, so no. That's why I'm saying. I mean, I have access to it right now, but you know, in 1 minute you can get 30 alerts. So we need some good filters to filter out all the noise. It's trial and error, of course. Yeah, dwack you on the move here. The launching of your ex-president's, I don't know when it's supposed to happen, but this is a SPAC, of course, and a social media platform. Was the high in the pre-market was 14.15, so this is, now, I notice it is shortable for me, so at some point, if it goes too parabolic, because it's not a typical alert window, Greg, okay? It's not a typical alert window that you can just add a symbol list to it. I'll give you a glimpse of what it looks like. Yeah, I mean, this is what it looks like, okay? So here are these are real-time alerts. These are alerts, you know, on the 220, on the 820 cross. Just two, but trust me, when the market opens, you get so, especially on the 2 minute, you get so many of them. So there is a relative volume in there of 3, but I need more filters. As Real said, maybe 100,000 minimum shares. 5-minute crosses will certainly produce less results, and which is not necessarily a bad thing, as you know. FTCI, I'm hearing FTCI is a solar play. FTCI, when I say hearing, I have my text to voice. So I just heard low float, 16.4 million in the float. Of course, solar was pretty powerful. Let's take a look at the solar ETF, see what it did yesterday. Yeah, so I mean, solar has had a big move these 3 days, and then it rested yesterday or 2 days ago. Another big move. Maybe it rested. It's resting today. What is it? 89.59. So it's hasn't really moved today. All right, we have less than a minute for this market to open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. Certainly was exciting. Well, it's exciting every day here, but it was certainly exciting yesterday with these China stocks. Somebody asked about Pfizer. I'm sorry I didn't get to you, but let's see, what is Pfizer doing? No, I don't know if it's going to pop. Another big float, 5.6 billion in the float. Of course, it's a virus play, as we all know. If you go to our homepage, Antonio, I don't have a link for it specifically. Just go to our homepage and go to the web-based version. Oh, the link for the web. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. You're talking about the trading room. Yeah, you can't. You have to go when you want to enter into the trading room. You have to do it every day from our homepage. But here is the link to start you off. Okay. And we're open, of course. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm going to let things settle down a little bit. So I don't know what the differences are. Let's see, what's the volume like for DWAC? 41 million. And what is it for DWAC U? DWAC U. Okay, so I guess it's more DWAC if you're looking for the volume version of this. So DWAC, sorry about that. Now this one from yesterday is still alive and kicking. Excuse me, SHPW still alive, and this is an all-time high now. Of course, this was an all-time high yesterday, and another all-time high on the move here. Well, look at Sophie. SOFI, another big pop. It's a bit of an erratic intraday trader if that's what you're trying to do, but certainly this is getting closer and closer to that. I think the 25. This is the one with the $25 price target put on by Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan. Okay, look at Duo. So Duo, D-U-O, Duo. And this is another China fin, and I shouldn't say fin. Well, it's real estate, okay, but anyway, China stock. Now, problem is, they be coming into a ton of resistance right around here, this 160 mark. Here's this one rearing its ugly head. It's SGOC. Actually, this is not a low float. Now, this was a meme stock. You know, here, this last 2 months or 3 months ago, this is one of those meme stocks. Got all the way up to $29. Not a super low float. But again, everything is early right now. Look at Novavax, boy, NVAX. Those of you following it, what a move, NVAX. Now again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, so let things settle down a little bit. I will miss out on some of these ones that run right from the beginning and don't stop, but I'm prepared for that. Look at Artis, guys. This is one from yesterday. Artis. I have this one thumbnailed. So Artis is just trying to come back a little bit. It got kicked yesterday. Got up to $23, but sold all the way down to $17. Kind of holding that 200-day moving average. You did have news. It was a phase 3, I believe. Good top line results, but the market didn't care. Sold it off. Still was a nice percentage move from the day before its close, but it was a big sell-off. Now, let's keep an eye on it. JDMN, I didn't mention it. This is a buyout, so you'll see this, but you see this is a buyout. And let's take a quick look at what the market's doing. So kind of flat. Dow's down a little. NASDAQ's down a little. SPY's down a little. Meanwhile, HX is, yes, giving it up. Now look at Hootie. Boy, I mean, these are very whippy guys, so be awfully careful. But look at Hootie. Look at that big bottoming tail. HUDI. In fact, it just kind of triggered for me when I had a price order set. Doesn't mean I pile into the trade, but look at Hootie. It's an all-time high right now, HUDI, but it's very spready. It's early, 1182, 1211, very spready. That's the difference between the bid and the ask. So hard to commit. Big spread, 1210, 1247 now for Hootie, HUDI. No halts yet. I'm a little surprised, but no halts yet. Just as I said, no halts yet. There we go. HUDI just got halted. But everything is early. The one I was really paying attention to, XYF, see how it faded on the open, but keep an eye on it. If I were you, I'd put a price alert at, I think, right around here, 689. Why? Because if you look left, that's the area of the next high. Takes that out, then these are on the daily chart, right? So 846 would be the next high looking left if it can take out 685. So, and it's a low float, 16.9 million in the float. XM, fade candidate from Real. XM, let's take a look at it. That one, Qualtrics International. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. This is an IPO from back here, I guess. I don't think I've ever seen that one. Oh, that's one of the reasons is it's kind of out of the price range I like to trade, but hey. Man, there's that big bottoming tail. That can be a magnet, guys. We see this a lot. We see these bottoming tails. We kind of dismiss them, but yeah, Tesla had earnings. I know it was a little weak this morning, just a little bit weak. I know, of course, it had earnings, and everything seemed to look great. And there it is. Now there's but it's only 1%. That's why I don't get too excited about these ones that are, number one, this expensive. But it's almost an all-time high. Can't dispute that. Okay, BKR showing up on that 10-day breakdown, but let's take a look left here. The low is 24.02 right here, so yeah, I wish that weren't there. If that weren't there, I think I might take that as an early morning short, even before the 15, but that's kind of blocking me. No, this may not matter. Is this an earnings play? Beaker? No. Baker Hughes. So, yeah, big driller. SGOC. Not shortable for us at Interactive Brokers anyway, SGOC. Okay, I'm going to take a look at Hudi, H-U-D-I. The JRJC, did this get halted on the way up or on the way down? JRJC got halted on the way up. Again, another one of the, now look what it's doing. It's coming right into that 200-day area. 932, 200-day moving average area. Daily chart, of course. If it can somehow break that, then the next high looking left is 1080. If it can break through this, I'm looking at the potential opening bid and ask is, really hasn't moved. Well, now it moved to 950, 950. Now it's back down to 923, 923. This is what I'm looking at. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So you can see the halt price is 922. You can get maybe an insight of where it may open once the halt is lifted, which is in usually 5 minutes from the when it resumes from the halt price or the halt time. The halt time was 9:41 plus 4 seconds, so it should open at 9:46 plus 4 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. That is from Interactive Brokers. It's nothing to do with trade ideas. And Hudi just opened. Did it open higher? And the answer is yes, a little higher. A lot higher. Wow. But it came back down though. Yeah, the DWAC was a good fader. 1233 is the 200. Which one are you looking at? The DWAC or the DWAC U or the? I guess you're looking at the DWAC. We have the. So we have it at 1233. So maybe that's, you don't have the same number, obviously, if you're saying it's below the VWAP. Well, look at Pirs, P-I-R-S. I don't see any specific news on it. Not today anyway. Don't see any specific news on it, but there's a big drop percentage-wise. Yeah, so we definitely have a different VWAP for DWAC. We have 1234. All right, guys, there's the XYF. XYF. There is the XYF. Keep a close eye on this one. I mean, it got all the way down to 620. It's popped right up. Be awfully careful. Low float, 16.9 million in the float. Okay, be careful, but this is a great area if it can maintain it. Because if you look left, that next high looking left is 679, so it's just a little bit above that. I'm telling anybody to trade this one, but There's another halt. ADIL is another halt. Excuse me. Guys, I'm just keeping an eye on the XYF for obvious reasons. Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Oh my goodness. I have to be a little bit excited for those of you who've been in the room before. Wow, this is my wife's company. STN Stantec. Look at the move. This is a huge move for it. It doesn't trade very much on the US market. Doesn't really trade very much on the Toronto market either, but that's a massive move for this one. Wow. We have stock. How can I? That's the biggest move I've seen in almost ever on a daily basis for Stantec. Again, it doesn't trade very much. I get it in the U.S. market, but wow. Sorry, guys, just a little exciting for us. In the Anderson household. Get that pronunciation, Becca? Holy smokes. That's right. Hey, as you're right. What is TSVTV and why was it halted? What is it? TSVTV? Excuse me. No, it's nothing here. So I don't know what, no idea. All right, guys. All right, well, that's the reason I didn't like the BKR. It almost got down to that level right here. Almost. Minute, please. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm just talking to some internal stuff. Well, there's the. So, hope you guys are out of your DWAC shorts. Not sure, KZMID. Not sure. I know that the scrolling feature is here. Maybe when you pop it on, I'm not really sure. Sorry. You can attach the chat, and then the scrolling feature is one of these options. I'm not really sure. I don't. It's you know I don't see what you're seeing exactly, so I'm not sure. Sorry. Maybe somebody else knows. Okay, well, I guess you've got your pick. Again, I don't really, obviously, different designation of stock here, DWACU and DWAC, so you have your pick. Obviously, this one has a lot more liquidity in it, the DWAC. Both shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but I guess I would concentrate on this one with the more, if I want to. I'm not saying I want to short it, but I mean, eventually, could turn into an interesting short. Not really, David. I mean, because the spread can change all day long, okay? So I don't want to limit myself at the beginning of the day. That's typically, the question was in our YouTube room, do I ever add to my filters the spread between the bid and the ask so you avoid too much slippage upon entry? That's typically why I don't trade in the first 15 minutes, because the spread on some of these that I follow anyway can be pretty tough. So I don't mind seeing them though early. And eventually the spread seems to settle down. So the answer is no. Now she is saying wacko. And my text to voice, it sounds like wacko. So, but it has gone wacko for sure. DWAC. FTCI, I know I mentioned this one just before the room opened, FTCI. So there's a break over 8, or at 8 right now. All right, so we had an alert here from my watch list at 1391 for DWAC. It's at 1457 now. I doubt. Oh, take a look at the VLD. This is an EV play. VLD is an EV play. Let's see what it's doing. Okay, so this is the high looking left a couple of days ago. What is it, 825? Whoa, it's way above that. Is that right? No, 897. The high over here is 920. This looks like an IPO, but it is not. It's a merger SPAC. Well, it is an IPO. But these are not the all-time highs. When it was a SPAC, it was way higher. Okay, so if you have and we're almost at the end of our test drive. This is the last 2 days of the test drive, so I don't mind talking about this, but this is DXF. It just showed up. What does it have in similarity to the rest of them? It's a China stock. When the rest of them are talking about the HXs, etc. China stock. Now, what sort of room does it have? It is yeah, man, it's an erratic looking trader on that weekly chart, but if it takes out 2, it's got room on that weekly chart to the 3 level. I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying that if it can take out $2, I'm going to stick an alert around 196 to see if it takes that out. You can just see the 2 topping tails right here on the weekly chart takes that out. Then you look left and it's got some room. I haven't even followed my option scanner. Yeah, I don't like the cheap ones. I've said this a few times now. Cheap ones I'm not so enamored with. The ones under $5. But I haven't put that filter in place just in case. There's no harm in looking at it and seeing what sort of room it has. Now, guys, I have to say I didn't even know that Stantec STN. This is historic for it made it into the AI. I didn't even know that. I was just following it. Of course, why not? I mean, it's obviously very. So Stantec actually made it into the AI STN. I had no idea. No, I agree. It's very thin. It does not trade very much. It doesn't even trade very much in Toronto. Okay, it's very thin. But for it, I mean, I've never seen a move like this ever. I mean, it's basically an all-time high. I'm just waiting for my wife to emerge from her slumber so I can. I got to tell you guys, I'm very excited. I mean, you know, stock employee share plan, etc. So it's pretty exciting for us. All right, guys, XYF. Just one moment, please. All right, the news has been distributed. Just all right, guys. What else is happening? So look at Hootie. My goodness, Hootie. They're very erratic right now. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Be great if we get some kind of a base for these, that it can give a little bit of a support area and then the pop. I mean, it may not happen. Now, look at the HX. I mean, the HX is fading horribly, so you got to be careful. Remember, this is an earnings play, guys. An earnings play. It got hit, ABB. Got hit pre-market. Look at this. Moved down. Now, there's a big support area here, but if it takes that support area out, it looks like around 32.45, 32.37. I am sticking an alert right around there. Now, this is a huge float, but if it takes that out, I may get interested in a short for ABB. It's a big float, 1.63 billion, so I don't anticipate a huge move, but it could be a steady one if it takes it out. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just now trying to pay attention to other things here other than the obvious. CCO, guys, CCO. So I did say if it could take out 3, but it doesn't have that much room. That's why I didn't like it that much. I know it's from the option scanner. Wow, look at Hootie. So this is taken over. I mean, it's almost, you can almost look at the HX drop, people selling and putting it into Hootie, HUDI. But you got to be so careful. I mean, look at this topping tail right there. 1348 drops almost $1 just like that. You got all these topping tails here. They're rather ominous. The buyers keep trying to get this thing surging, and the sellers knock it down. This is shortable at Interactive Brokers for us. So All right, so let's take a look at the Sioux move here. The next high looking left on the monthly is 276. That's not that far away. I'm just not, don't know how much room this is going to have. I know it's from the option scanner. Take a look at Nomad, Nomd. Wow, yeah, look at this. It's coming right into that high there, 2820. 2820. It's not showing up as, let me reload that. Okay, now it's showing up. Yeah, well, lots of shorts available. 3.7 million available at Interactive Brokers. But you know, take a look. There's the area right there, 2820. Excuse me. Look left. What do you see? 2820 is the high of 4 days ago. Takes that out. It has a shot to, you know, maybe up here, but that's it. So yeah, this is a good fade candidate for sure. Ah, shoot. Well, this was not shortable for me anyway, SHPW, but they showed up on the option scanner on the way down at 1082. So if you had shorts available, that was a great short. Got all the way down to 965. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, we have two topping tails here for DWAC. This is a big one up here. So again, this buyers had it all the way up here. Sellers have knocked it down somewhat. I think if, you know, it takes, what's the VWAP? Well, 1301. Okay, so we have the VWAP at 1301. So basically, I'm sticking an alert right around here, 1408. That's kind of the low of that candle. See if it takes that out, but it's still pretty strong. Okay, guys. I mean, the last time I'll talk about this, but I mean, it is an AI play. So those of you, you know, kind of looking for swing trades, I'm not saying to do it. I'm just saying it's in the AI, all-time high. Hey, I'm stunned that it made it into our AI. Yeah, DWAC is still strong. I'm sticking to my guns on that one in terms of the price alert I put. Well, we've definitely had some incredibly whippy action with these China stocks at JRJC. I mean, it got down to 844, and now it's right back up over 10. This is one that I'm hearing. BTCY. Are you another China stock? BCTY? No. Didn't really see this one in the pre-market, and a little bit of a pop. Actually, it was a big pop. I'm not sure why I didn't see it, but anyway, BCTY, not a crazy low float, 36 million in the float. William, you said you traded unit yesterday. Look at unit now. Wow, nice. That's a 345. So you took this late, I guess. And look at unit now, and this is, well, it's on an all-time high, but next high looking left on the monthly chart is way up here. I'm not going to say it's getting there, but it's way up there. This is a big break for it. Zayo and partners seek to buy Unity Group. Okay, so this is a potential buyout. Obviously, nothing is set in stone yet. And even DD is on the move here. DIDI, beaten up stock from the IPO. Another China stock. This is the this is the Uber of China, right? Okay, there's Nomad now. Nomad getting into a really good area here. Could be the big fade coming right now. Maybe some support here in the 2-minute chart, way down here at 27.47. So. Let's see how well it holds this 28 and then moves down from it. How much volume is it? Not very much volume. That could be an issue. I mean, the relative volume is fine, 4 times normal, but boy, the absolute volume is not that great. It's a big float, 146 million in the float. Look at the Ardus, guys. The Ardus, RDUS. I think this was the 200-day. Might be wrong. Yeah, there it is. Wow, okay, so it's now, this Ardus could be really interesting now. I mean, I should have been paying more attention when it broke the 200-day moving average. Okay, again, had the big news yesterday, but the big sell-off also. Big sell-off. I mean, it still closed big percentage gain, but there was a big sell-off for Ardus, RDUS. should have mentioned it on that 200-day moving average break. Okay, I haven't had a chance to look at anything here in my watch list. See this CRNX, did it do anything? Yeah, you know, it's still holding way above the financing price, which is $19.80. It's way above the financing price. Very interesting. So this is a case in which the investors or the current shareholders are saying, okay, never like to see dilution, but you're raising money for all the right reasons, I guess. That has to be it. They're raising about $150 million. Ooh, that was a big drop on that 2-minute chart for the DWAC, 1524 right down to 1444. Hi ho, under the VWAP we go. I don't know, guys. It's still kind of, for me, it's kind of iffy to hop into a short right now. Kind of iffy. Keep that price alert down here and see if it takes it out. If it does, I mean, it could be a thunderous move down too. So, well, it's 10:21. So this is usually when I welcome everybody. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. Now, before I get rolling here, we do have a a promo code for 25% off now, okay? I announced it in the room yesterday afternoon. There it is. Let me just put this, I have to piecemeal it into our YouTube room. Okay, so here's now in the main trading room, my homepage is always here. There's the tab, so you can always click on it anytime. I did put the link to my homepage right here. Okay, so when you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas for 25% off right now. Okay, and there's the promo code to use, Test Drive 25. Again, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. To give you an idea about what Trade Ideas costs. Annual monthly premium standard, Premium, annual, $22.68 a year minus that 25%, or the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 25%. You don't have to. Now, the big difference in standard and premium is the AI. I'll go over that in a little while. You don't have to take out an annual. You can always start off with a monthly. There are prices, $118, $228. You can apply that discount, the 25% discount, to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But if you decide, this is what I would do. If you're unsure about trade ideas, don't hop into an annual subscription. You can always try us out. Standard, $118, less than 25%. And if within 30 days you decide you want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual plan, you can do so, and we'll honor the 25% promo code. Okay? Yeah, that's why I didn't want to take that short yet, guys. That Duaco, that's what she's saying. The Duac is very strong still, so. This is today's HX. Look out. Now, I'm going to go through this really quickly because I might want to have to do something with that DWAC. Anyway, the trade of the week, this is my home page, okay? Save my link, lots of information. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This is free. I do a stock of the day video, free at noon Eastern time. All the education, free. We have a great user guide now, tremendous user guide, has very detailed. If you're starting out with trade ideas, though, I would probably just take a look at the 20 introductory lessons to start. It goes over things like creating top lists, alert windows, the single stock window. It covers the AI, Holly, and Brokerage Plus. So I would take a look at this first, and then afterwards, you want to dive into things a little more in more detail. Take a look at the user guide. Daily support sessions. Today is Thursday, so between 12 and 1, somebody else takes over for me in our YouTube room. So today, I believe it'll be Jamie. I'll put the link into YouTube, our YouTube room, when I take my break at noon. And daily webinars. We're back to a normal schedule next week, so you can sign up for them all here, okay? Educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, etc. And also, this is a great little series. If you are new to trading, completely new, or just starting out, I would definitely watch this. It starts off with what is a stock. This is all free. So tons of support here. And also, all my scans. Now, obviously, you have to be a subscriber to have access to them. So this is a layout. This is kind of the layout that you see. Okay, so I'm sharing my layout, and individual scans are right here. A little bit, not terribly active in the last this week. My strong options, but it still is my favorite scan. All of a sudden, we might get a lot of great alerts from it, and that could last for 3 weeks. But right now, a little bit quiet. And then there is the 10-day daily breakout and daily breakdown that I'm really paying attention to. But a lot of other scans here, okay? So save my link, and then you can, the education and scan section, a lot of information, save my link. You can look at it anytime you want then. All right, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. That's what we do. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. No, this one, guys, I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted here. CMMB has been a wild one in the past. I think it's a pretty low float, if memory serves me. Yeah, 8.8 million in the float. This has been a real wild one in the past. This is the one that got up that one day way up to $73 than the previous month. It's wild though, so you're going to do anything like this with such a low float that has had historical moves like this, you don't take too many shares because it can drop just as quickly or more quickly as when it goes up. All right, this is an example of a scan. So if you want to build your own scans, this is how you would always start. So this is an example of a scan, basic new highs and lows. I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to click configure, and I'm going to click on summary. This is how you always start off with your scan building. Always start off with filters. You want to get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 20, minimum 400,000 shares, etc. Doesn't really matter what these values are, but that's the concept when you build a scan. And then you have a trigger. In this particular case, a new high or a new low for the day. So if these criteria are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. So if you want to build your own scans, that's what you do. You start off with filters and then have some kind of a trigger. If I right click on an alert window and click on configure and then search, wow. You will see all sorts of alerts that we have. These are, when you see these icons here, these are all the alerts that we have. When it switches to these icons, these are the filters. You don't have to learn them all. You know, what we've done is we've tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to get them the type of scan they're looking for, okay? You don't have to learn them all. I think people get a little hung up and thinking, my goodness, how can I learn trade ideas? Look at all the alerts and scans. I don't probably use 1%, 0.5% of them. That's it. So that's how you can create a scan if you want. But again, I'm sharing all my scans. And also, we have a ton of scans here. So if you don't want to create your own scans, you know, again, I'm sharing my scans. If I click on new and then dock channel bar, it's hard to concentrate as that WAC is just surging higher and higher. So if I click on the momentum scan, the momentum channel, the momentum channel. So all these channels here are theme based, okay? So I clicked on the momentum channel. It's pretty popular. So if you saw an alert window, a scan that you like, all you have to do is save it to the cloud, okay? And so the idea now, see here, I mean, here are the DWAC warrants and if you're wondering why it's not showing up here, it's because there's a volume, 1 minute volume percent, and even though it keeps making new highs, it's not compared to the previous 1 minute volumes. It's not extraordinary, so that's why it's not showing up here. But anyway, but the idea now is that you can go into the channels. You can take an alert window or a multi-strategy window or a top list window, and you can save it to the cloud, and then move on. Okay, to the next, another channel. And you might look at this one, the action is heating up, and you might say, wow, I'd like to take a look at that one. What I'm trying to explain here is that you can go into our various channels, extract a scan that you like, save it to the cloud. Once you're done that, again, you haven't had to know how these are built. Then you can file load from cloud. Okay, and if you save them, you will see them. You know, right at the top here, you'll see them, and you just highlight it. A little bit slow here. Highlight it and load it. Okay, and just keep doing that. And then in that way, you can build your own layout, you know, based on scans that we have already created for you. So we try to make it very easy for people starting out, that you don't have to know how to build scans if you don't want to. We've built a lot. And as you get used to using trade ideas, you'll probably want to, you can even tweak the ones. For instance, you know, my basic new highs and lows, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. You may have a different idea of a range. Maybe you want 10 to 100. So you can tweak anything. All right, so that is a basic overview of trade ideas, okay, in terms of, that we're a scanner and we find all the hot stocks, believe me. Look at this DWAC, holy smokes. At some point, it's going to turn into an incredible short, but not yet. Now, just going to go over our AI, we nicknamed it Holly. This is what I would do. I would follow it from, click on New from our toolbar and click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Trades window, okay? Not this one up here. I wouldn't concern myself about the different segments of Holly that you may see. I wouldn't even concern myself with what strategies these alerts are coming from. Who cares? All you have to do is just have this up and running. And when the market opens, there's nothing happening in the AI in the pre-market. Just wait for the market to open. The earliest alert you'll ever get would be at 9:35. You see the earliest one was here at 9:42. Okay. This is being skewed. You see this profit, these percentage obviously being skewed right here. This is an absurd way, I'll tell you right now, of showing this because it's just taking this and, just adding up this column. But anyway, how you trade them will be up to you. Okay. When you get the entry, there's an entry and there's a stop. How you trade them will be up to you. There's no video on how to trade. In other words, you get an alert. Well, how do I trade it? That is going to be up to you. That's why you've got to practice trading a bit, okay, or a lot. I never take an AI alert, in what we'll call auto mode fashion. I'm always going to click on the alert, check the chart to see, what sort of resistance there might be, what pattern it's coming from, things like that. But again, how you trade them will be up to you. I usually concentrate on the ones that are under $20, but that's just me. Okay, so you can take that window and you can incorporate it as part of your layout. And so you don't have to reload it every morning. And again, if you load trade ideas before 9:30, you'll see that it's blank. Just wait for the alerts to happen. Meanwhile, unfortunately, I have missed the big move for Hudi, HUDI. What a morning. What a morning. See, this is still hovering around that. Is it picking up? The volume still hasn't really picked up. Look at the volume. It's just putrid. Well, HUDI is definitely taken over from who's going to win today, HX or HUDI in terms of the close. Well, all you have to do is if you, well, Barry, you know this though, right? All you have to do is take it and right click, or sorry, yeah, right click, click on configure, and then summary. You'll see what he's using. I mean that's how you'll see the configuration of any alert window or top list window. Just right click, configure, summary. All right, next up, what is this window that you see here? This is a big blue window. It's called Brokerage Plus. I'm going to pop the link in, our Brokerage Plus link. Okay, so I just popped a link in called Brokerage Plus. There are two videos in that link. The first short video, if you have an interactive broker's account or E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade. Okay, from within Trade Ideas, you have to link. You have to have a subscription. You have to have IB or E-Trade as your broker. You need real-time data from them. Okay, so if you want to use this window, now you can only use it if you're using our downloadable application. It's not available in the web-based version. It's an option, it's a feature, you don't have to use it. Don't get confused by my saying you need an IB or E-Trade account to use this. Yes, you do, but if you don't have an interactive broker or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. So, that's what we do. You can use Trade Ideas with any broker. It's just that this feature is only available if you have an interactive broker or E-Trade account, okay? So hopefully that is not confusing to anybody. And don't ask me about anything else, TDA, any other brokerage account, I have no idea. It's, we'd like to have every broker in the world, but it's not the easiest thing for us to do. APIs, etc., etc. So anyway. Yeah, it is still very strong. Very, very, very strong. DWAC, extraordinarily strong. Okay, so now I'm going to talk a little bit about that second video that I popped in, and the link in the second video, the longer video, the 26-minute long video. It shows you how, if you're going to use this window to trade your IB or E-Trade account, it goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window, but it's also relevant to the next topic, which is paper trading, simulation trading. Okay, you notice here underneath Brokerage Plus we have two options, live and sim. So practice trading before you commit money to the market. That's all I can say. Practice, practice, practice. Okay. Many years, Zal, many years. Yes, E-Trade, yes. Yes, Chris, easy. And it's our external linking tool. Of course, you can probably do it if you wanted to link and trade your E-Trade account. Watch that first video, it'll show you how to do it. Oh, I don't know, Zal, I can't remember. It's so long ago I can't remember. But yeah, but other brokers, I mean, we have this external linking tool. All external linking means is this: it's a time saver. We link with many brokers. Don't get confused by Brokerage Plus and what I'm talking about right now, linking to many other brokers. Linking to a broker is a time saver. That's all it is. So when I click on an alert, it loads into the your broker's platform, and from there you can trade it. Okay. That's what linking does. It's just a time saver. If you have an E-Trade account or an IB account, you can use this window though to trade your account if you want to. Not mandatory. Okay, guys, I'm just watching. Let me take a quick look at that Nomad to see if it is broken down at all. It's kind of hard to, concentrate on some of these other ones that are, I mean, it's starting to drift a little bit, but when you've got the DWACs of the world and, even the hoodies and all that, I mean, these are the big percentage movers. They're awfully risky, but hard to concentrate on some of these other ones that are just kind of very, very, very slow in comparison. I wonder if the memers have got a hold of this one also. I mean, there was an opportunity on that 5-minute chart to take this trade just over 14. I mean, that's where that VWAP was. It kind of held and just, flew from there. Well, there's no target. I mean, it's an all-time high, so there's no resistance. I mean, Real may put some fibs out there, but I mean, I don't know how you put a target on something that's at an all-time high, really. Unless you're using something like fib extensions, and you can maybe look at it from that aspect. But now, at some point, I mean, this is going to be a fantastic short for a while, anyway. It might be now. I don't know. So let's take a look at an example of how you would use the simulator, maybe to take a pullback trade. Okay, take a look at a unit right here. So let's just say you wanted to take a unit, but you don't want to take it right now. You want to take it if it pulls back to say 1360.60. Okay, so when I clicked on unit from I have it on another scan, the symbol shows up. I'll pick how many shares I want to trade. I'll go 400 shares. And what did I say? 1360. So I'm going to put 1360 in both boxes. I'm going to click the buy button. Okay, so there it is. So if unit goes down to 1360, it'll take the trade. That's how you can practice a pullback trade. That's why you see this one up here, guys, the TRQ. This was, I put this on a pullback yesterday, and it didn't trigger until today, I guess. And this is one that has a ton of room. This is one I've been watching for a bit. This has a ton of room. You can just sort of see that if it really wants to get going. But it pulled back to that level right there. You can see in the right on that opening 15-minute candle, it pulled back to the 1341 area. So it took the trade. I had this in from yesterday. So it took the trade, and so here we are. This is how you can actually practice swing trading also. Okay, if you don't exit a trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. Exiting trades, very simple though. If you highlight the trade, you click on flatten, it'll get you out of the trade. Or I could get out of half my trade, or I could double it, or of course I could go in here, click the sell button, pick how many shares and the price. So it's very easy to use the simulator using our real-time data. Okay, it doesn't matter who your broker is. Okay. Now let's take a trade and just go quickly over money management. All right, let's say you wanted to take this FTCI trade, okay? Again, this is just the mechanics, and the same thing with the one I talked about, the unit. Just showing you the mechanics of how you do it. Guys, I mean, I know you guys keep trying to short this one, but boy, oh boy. And even the market is surged. So we have a bit of a disconnect in the market between value and growth stocks. So Dow is down, NAS is up, SPY's up a little. Congratulations, anybody who took that DWAC on a long. I mean, that's just I'm not in it. Too much going on for me on this one. But there was a great entry right around here. 15, between 14 and 15. All right, let me just go over how you would take a trade and a little bit about money management. I'm just going to find one here. All right, there's Didi. Let's just take it. I'm just going to show you the mechanic. I mean, it's extended on the 15s and the 5s, etc. A little bit of break on the 2. I just want to show you how you would use some money management techniques here. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market because the spread is only a penny. It's probably get me in at 969. There it is, 969. I was looking at the bid ask, so that, remember, it's using our real-time data, okay? I'm going to add a stop order. It's going to be at 949. And I'm going to explain why I put it at 949. So when you get into trading, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. So the way I trade and many in the room trade, we have stops. The stop is the price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you. So that is one of the huge keys of trading, knowing where to put a stop. Now there's no right or wrong way. What I do is I like to size up a chart, and if I see what I consider a big support area, say on a 5 or 15-minute chart, I might say, okay, if it breaks down through that area, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. Others might use the low of a previous 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle, or if it goes down to a certain moving average. Okay, there are different ways of placing stops. That's why you have to practice to get comfortable how you're going to do it. I can't tell you. There's no right way. There's no wrong way. Okay. Well, the wrong way is this: every trade I get into, I have a 20-cent stop or a 0.5% stop. Okay, that is, to me, that's just not, there's no basis for it. So once you establish, in your mind, after practicing, it could take several months, where you're going to place stops, sizing them up. Then you'll notice here, it says minus $100. Why does it say that on the chart when I place my stop? Because the next thing is, okay, how much you're going to risk per trade? If it works against you, how much are you willing to risk? In other words, how much are you willing to lose on the trade if it works against you? So if you have a $5,000 count, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in this simulator, what I'm doing is I'm risking $100 a trade. So why 500 shares? Because now the other aspect is not taking the same amount of shares every trade. Your share size will vary based on the difference between your entry price and your stop. That's why I put it 20 cents away to make the math easy. So how do I get 500 shares? If I divide that difference, which is 20 cents, into the $100 that I'm risking on the trade, that's the most I want to lose on the trade, I get 500 shares. Let's do it the reverse way. If I sell 500 shares at this price, it's 20 cents. That's a 20-cent loss. 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. Okay? Now the other thing is you should always, in my opinion anyway, I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. And if I can't, if for all the reasons why I will take a trade, if I can't put a check mark beside them, then I don't take the trade. Now, most of those reasons are already built into the scans that I have. In other words, I'm not having to worry that there's not enough volume, or the relative volume isn't what I'm looking for, or the price it's out of the price range that I want. All those aspects have already been built into my scan. So the other thing I'm looking for usually, because I am a momentum trader, is okay, how much more room does it have before it hits a new high on a daily or a weekly or a monthly chart? How you determine your checklist is up to you. But don't have 20 things on the checklist, because otherwise you'll never take any trades. But let's say you've been able to put a check mark beside all your reasons. You get into the trade, and it's your first trade. You're all excited, and it doesn't work. It starts drifting down to your stop price. Well, that's when you can really start second guessing yourself. And even old traders do that. Okay, older. When I say old, I mean people who've been trading for a while. You can start second guessing where you put your stop, because for all the reasons you got into the trade, it seems so well obvious and awesome. Okay, great press release, great setup, everything looks great. Even the greatest setups don't work all the time. So the key for me anyway is to obey your stop. You can get taken out, you take your manageable loss, and you move on. You know what could happen? It could set up again later on. The same setup could happen later on, and you can get back into it. So very, 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 very key, in my opinion, to obey your stop. Don't let that $100 loss turn into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you sell. And yes, there'll be situations where you obey your stop and it bounces right off your stop and it soars higher. And you're going to say to yourself, why the heck did I obey my stop? Of course it will happen. And I'm leaving this in here right now. Probably it's going to take me out. It's at 9:50. Well, it might not. It just kissed that area. Now there you go. It took me out. I left it in there, so it took me out for that manageable loss. Okay? I left it in there on purpose to show you how that works. Okay, guys, I am, I guess, sort of wrapped up on, the introduction to trade ideas and all. And again, we have that nice promo code for 25% off. So you want to take out a subscription. If you've been thinking about it, now's the time, because, that's the most we ever offer as a discount. And that'll be good probably to the end of the month. So you don't have to race into it today, but this room is like this. This is, the test drive wraps up tomorrow, but this room is like this all the time, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Yeah, I was mentioning the Argus earlier. Should have mentioned it a lot earlier when it broke through the 200-day moving average. We have another halt, or we have an IPO that just launched, PTLO. So PTLO IPO, it was prices at the top. Must be a U.S. fast casual restaurant chain. I don't see them in Canada. Portillo's, priced at $20 a share. So it opened above the IPO price. Chicago style hot dogs and sausages, okay? I guess Vita Coco is going to open today also, but it is priced at $15 a share between the anticipated range of 18 to 21. And it'll start as Coco. Let's see, I don't think it is launched yet. All right, so if you're interested in IPOs at all, here's the trick. All you have to do is load the symbol. It hasn't started trading yet. Coco has not started trading yet. If you want to know exactly when it starts trading, just right click and click on our price alerts. Great price alert. Put in $1. It's going to open over $1. If you want to put a little note about it, you can, and just save it. So that's now in my price alerts. And in my price alerts, I have to get rid of these, a lot of these. See, it's down here. So this is what I do. Now the price alerts window is loaded from new in our toolbar and then price alerts. If you've never created one, of course it'll be blank. All you have to do then is minimize it. First of all, let me get rid of all these ones that have triggered. Okay, now all I have to do is minimize. Now you can put a sound alert on it also. It's typical if you're used to using our sound alerts on our alert windows. You just go to the actions and just play the sound, set up the sound, and follow the instructions. The text to speech. You can have one of them text to speech, one alert window, or a price alert window, or your AI window could be text to speech. I say one of them because the whole idea of our sound alerts is to put a different sound alert on the different windows. If you had them all text to speech, you'd never know which window to look at. So that's the other, is click on Use Custom Sound, select. These are 3 folders. Each folder has some sound alerts. You can highlight one, left click on it, highlight it. You can open it, you can play it. If you like the sound, then you say okay a couple of times and it gets attached to the window. So at this point, all I do is I just minimize the window, and when I get an alert, this window will pop up on my screen. Yeah, price alerts are, if you're not using price alerts with Trade Ideas, you're not using the full extent of the program, because you notice I demonstrated this for an IPO. But, for instance, if I'm looking to, maybe eventually I want to short this DWAC, okay? Well, instead of my having to stare at the screen constantly and watching it, all I have to do, if I picked an area where I thought, man, if it ever broke down through that area, I'd like to know about it, okay? So I can, well, first of all, I want to put a price alert up here at 1989. I want to show you how it will pop up on my screen. Maybe it won't now, but I'm going to put a price alert at 1984. I'm going to put a price alert just underneath 19. You would think because it's so active. Okay, so I just put the price alerts. I just bracketed these price alerts. I'll put another one just a little bit above the current price. I just want to show you how the price alert window works. There, you see how it popped up on my screen? It touched 1919. It just touched it, so it popped up on my screen. I cannot miss it. I sort on the trigger time column, so it's up here, so I'll see it right at the top. I also put that sound alert on it, and I put a sound alert on it because sometimes I wander away from my computer, but I do have a wireless headset, so I can come racing back in because I know the sound this is making. Now, when I get a price alert, doesn't mean I just hop into the trade. Now, I click on it. There's Coco. Okay, you see how Coco opened? See how that worked? Coco just opened. So when I get a price alert, it's not a matter of, okay, now I just take the trade. I want to see how it's like, from what pattern it is. I also like to see if there's any volume accompanying that price alert. So it's not just a matter of, okay, I take the trade automatically. So I have a question here. Can we programmatically get alerts? So depends what you mean by that. I mean, we are not there's no programming language to learn, if that's what you're talking about. What we've done, we've kind of gone a different route. Most people do not want to have to learn a programming language. Okay, so what we did was we created what we consider are enough alerts, all these alerts that we have here. And then when you get to these icons, these are the filters. We feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So there's no programming language to learn. Okay, guys. Yeah, you can create some custom formulas. I mean, I don't want to. I think the question though was more about, is there a programming language? Okay, so yes, you can create some custom formulas using data that we already have, but you can't, for instance. Okay, there it is, guys. Maybe now, maybe now. But if you're going to do it, I wouldn't take very many shares. And that's the DWAC. I've got to pay attention to this, obviously, guys. I just have to pay attention to the DWAC. Okay, so I've covered some. I mean, I didn't take very many shares. This could obviously just pop up again, but I'm going to. The longer it holds under 19, of course, the better. Yeah, so as far as custom formulas are concerned, yes, you can if we have the data, and by that I mean, for instance, if you want to find out anything about trade ideas, do we have this? Do we have that? So for instance, RSI. So you would right click an alert window, you'd go to the search, and then for instance, type in RSI, okay? So this is what we have for RSI. We have the 1, 2, 5, 15, 16 daily. Now you might be sitting there going, well, you know what, I want the 10. We don't have it, so you cannot use it in a custom formula. You know, you can't just create a custom formula if we don't have the data. But I don't talk about custom formulas very much because I would say 0.5% of our customers do it, as well as backtesting. That's why I don't go into any detail about it. All right, guys. Well, you know what I'm watching. Can we get it? Now, the area of support could be right down here, 14. I don't know if it's going to get down to 14. It may not. It's so strong. This is an emotional stock. Now, the other thing to watch here, okay, in this simulator, you notice here I've got a max P&L column, a today's profit, and distance from exit price, okay? So, okay, obviously, just be careful on the DWAC, okay? I'm out of it completely now, but looking, further for further opportunities later on. And I'm talking about on the short side. Now, these columns right here, total profit, max P&L, distance from exit price, this can give you a good idea about how good are your exits. So for instance, at one point when I took this DD short again in the simulator just to demonstrate how you do it, I was up $40, okay? Would I allow this, if I were truly trading it, to turn from $40 into a $100 loss? No, okay? What I probably would have done if I were truly in this stock, the minute it got down to my entry price, I probably would have exited, okay? So even though when I have a stop, that's the absolute worst I want to do in the stock. But if I get into something and I just don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out before. This same kind of thing, this is not that dramatic, but the max P&L for TQR when I'm still in this trade in the simulator, was up $98. It's now turned into, it's dropped, so I'm only up $34. Okay. Again, a more dramatic situation would be, let's pretend you were up $500 in something and you allowed it to turn into like a $50 gain or worse, a loss. That's not how to trade. So this can give you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits, and then the distance from the exit price, another one. Now, you see how this has bounced. This is now 16 cents above the exit price. Now that can maybe give you an idea, say, you know what? Maybe I can get back into the trade. What you'd love to see, I mean, that's one aspect of it. What you'd also like to see, though, of course, is a big negative number, which would mean that, okay, I got out at a certain price. It's now way below that price, which should make you feel good about your exit. But this can also say, okay, I got stopped out, but now it's above where I got stopped out. Maybe I can take the trade again. Maybe it's set up again. This is why I constantly say practice, practice, practice. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trading. Okay, just forget about it. Live money. Okay, forget about it. If you can make money in the simulator, though, unfortunately, it's not a guarantee you'll make money once you start trading, because once you start trading it becomes incredibly emotional to see real money P&L go up and down. I wonder if there's any. Probably there's no time frame on this one. Just give me a moment. I'm just looking to see. There's no time frame on when the merger will happen. This will take time, and then it has to get voted on, etc. So, but this is this is the SPAC that would be taking the media platform from your ex-president public. Okay, so the only reason I have a question in our YouTube room. I hope I'm not going to butcher your name. Niraj, is it possible to catch? I'm trying with high the day alert. It's not working in the pre-market. A couple of reasons why it may not be working in the pre-market. First of all, you use the new high. Okay, we do have a new pre-market high. Check your alert window. And if you right click, and if you're using the relative volume filter, you'll be blocked from getting any alerts. Okay, so if you right click on your alert window or your top list window, and if you have the relative volume filter, for instance, right there is my relative volume filter. I've got a value in there. If I were trying to use this one in the pre-market, I would get no alerts. The relative volume filter will prevent any alerts coming if you're using it in the pre-market. Okay, so check that. That's one reason. So check that first, and if that's the case, then for the pre-market, just delete that. If you're talking about a trend line break, no, Tony. If you're talking about drawing a trend line, and then if the price breaks the trend line, you get an alert, no. So Niraj, check your alert window, and that's probably the reason. But all you have to do then. I mean, I have two of these scans that I'm sharing called gap up and gap down. That's what I use in the pre-market. So right here in my scan section, these are the four that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. I use these four in the pre-market. And none of them have the relative volume filter. Okay? Whew, what a morning. Don't think WeWork launched yet. I'm wrong, it did. No big fanfare though. Sorry, it did launch. but no big deal. Actually, this launched. This was active in the pre-market. Actually, rubber toe, you don't have to do that now. Okay, now can I guarantee that every single warrant gets weeded out? But if you right click, so I cannot guarantee, but I think it's. I haven't seen a warrant come by in my pre-market or my gaps in a long time. So this is what you can do if you're listening, rubber toe. Just waiting to see if you're listening. Okay, well I'll tell you. So this is what you do to get rid of all the warrants. So on your alert window, your top list window, whatever window you're using, right click and click on configure, and then go to symbol lists. Notice I've got all warrants testing over here. You won't have it. All you have to do is click on add existing lists and find it. It's called all warrants testing. Okay, you just have to find it. Don't know where it is. You just have to go down your list, and when you find it, just left click on it and it'll move over to this column. That's what you have to get it over to this column, and then just check it, of course, and say exclude the following lists, and then you just check it, and then okay, and now that's added. So it will. It is a. I've been using it now for maybe 3 weeks to a month, and I haven't seen one warrant in my pre-market scans, and I used to see them all the time. So I don't think Rubber Toe heard me. Okay, guys. Well, the DWAC is. This is not easy. Unless you just take a longer term point of view on it, thinking it's going to go to a certain level. But that's not what I usually do. So I got out of the short, and then again on that 18 break, again into the short. I'm sorry, the 19 break. Not at 19, but now here's your level right here, as I mentioned before, 1623 on the 2 minute. That may be support if it can get down that far. Solemn, yeah, Solemn is starting to ring in my ears, and it is a short. Yes, it is a short candidate. Now it does have some room on the daily chart. The next high is around 459. So it does have some room. See if there's any specific news. No, so okay. If you want the news, guys, so be careful. So this Will Meade, who I guess he's got a big following on Twitter, says the company is a sympathy play with DWAC. Okay, DWAC, a sympathy play. That's what he's saying. So be careful. Roberto, I don't know if you can hear me, but if you can, if you're able, in talking to the developer of the room a couple of weeks ago when there was an issue, we went, no, his server went down. He's actually in Spain. But he told me by the end of the month there's a new update, and all of this, all the stuff about, the odd time somebody says, I can't hear you or I can't see your screen, he says that all should go away. Now, there's no promise on that, of course, but that's what he said. And when I say no promise about it, I'm talking about the timeline. I mean, software, and this was talking to him again. If you guys remember, I don't know, it was about 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, we had an outage in the room. It wasn't trade ideas. The room just shut down. Ah, okay. Conservative media, okay, could be. What's the float? See, look at that float, 11.2 million in the float. What is the float for DWAC? I don't think it's that low. I mean, it's low, 29 million. It's definitely a low float, but it's not crazy low. Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. Sissy. Is this an IPO? Yeah, so Sissy is an IPO. Shineco, SISO, SISI. I'm sorry, this was an IPO a few days ago. I'm sorry, but it got halted and then it resumed. Let's see, what do they do? Nursery and tree production. I have a feeling that's a weird. Okay, plant-based products. Okay, so it is, but it's a China stock, I believe. Yeah, it's a China stock also, guys. So, oh boy, keep an eye on this one. I mean, this launched 3 days ago. Didn't really do too much. My guess is that not too many shares outstanding. Like people are just looking for any excuse right now to buy a China stock in case it does something crazy. Meanwhile, the Dow is taking a 45-minute drop. Not the Dow, but the SPY. Tech is still modestly positive. Dow is down, so there's a little disconnect between growth and value stocks. Well, and that came in on the option scanner, SIOX. I thought it had too much resistance right around that 2 level, or right up here. But if it's being pumped to $10 by a shop, as you call it, I guess we have to pay attention to it. Oh, there were a few people, anyway, to get dwack and dwack W. There were a few people. Okay, so Niraj in our YouTube room, when you checked, was that the issue? You had the relative volume filter active, and so again, looking in the pre-market, you'll get nothing. Is that what happened? All right, let's take a look at RAS. The Real put that in a little while ago, I think. RAAS. Yeah, nice little percentage move, somewhere at the top here, down to 467. Yeah, the Nomad is just now. Listen, it could start to drift here. I mean, I'm going to stick an alert at the bottom here, 2787. It could drift. Still not that much volume. Relative volume is good, but it's a big float and not a lot of volume. It's a UK stock, so that might have something to do with it also. You know, that DWAC looks like it's setting up for another run. Guys, I'm just kind of going through some alerts on my other monitors, seeing if there's anything happening. Yeah, so for instance, look at the cross here. There's the ADMA crossing down below the 20 SMA and the 2-minute chart right there, 2239. And we have another, probably a launch of another IPO, VTYX. This was priced at $16 a share, so here's another one above the IPO price of 16. Well, after that initial flurry for Psalm, it just not tanked, but it dropped down. All right, I just want to check to see and verify that it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room when I do take my break. Now, if you have a lot of questions about this window, Brokerage Plus, and yes, he just confirmed, um, save them because Jamie is a real expert at this also. We've got two real experts. He uses it all the time now. Okay, so if you have some questions, head over to our YouTube room at noon, and he'll be there between 12 and 1. I'll put the YouTube link in before I do leave on my break. So again, guys, I'm leaving this in just to show you what you would not do. You had a max profit of $100, and now it's turning into a $16 loss. This is in the simulator, okay? Just in the simulator. But I'll keep this in because this is something that is a bit really got a lot of potential as a swing trade, TRQ. Though I mean, look what it did. Yesterday's high was 1375. Today's high 1374. Okay, so that stalled it right there in its tracks. So I had this pullback order for unit. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Not now anyway. But the other thing too is if you have a pullback order in place and then you don't like it anymore, for instance, maybe the market is really tanking and you're seeing this way, you don't like the way it's trading, you can, of course, you just have to go into the orders, Brokerage Plus, and cancel it. Right click, cancel order, okay? You don't have to, keep it in there. Boy, this is I mean, look at how this has been thumped. Veil. The last few months, last 4 months, just steady down. Still has room. 1074 is having another bad day. Had a little pop the last 2 weeks. Tried to maybe pop up, but this week it's being hammered down again. This is a Brazilian stock. All right, guys, as I thought, this DWAC looks like it was maybe trying to base, excuse me, for another move up. I have an alert set up here around 1950. Takes that out. I mean, I don't know. Anything could happen. I mean, what was the high? Did it get up to 20? 2005. Got up to 2005. Yeah, I thought I saw a downgrade from briefing.com for Vail. Well, my disappointment was XYF. I thought, but you know what? Most of these other China stocks just started to drift down also. But the XYF, I thought, man, oh man, if it could ever hold this level, because it had about $2 in it if it to the next high. So if the HXs and the Hooties and all the other ones had to remain hot, this may have been dragged up, but not today anyway. Yeah, I do see the Redis is it's been chopping around a little bit, but it looks like 19 is trying to hold. Of course, it's got a ton of room. You know, that little bottoming tail. I mean, that's not terrible. Down to 1870, not terrible. Boy, unit is now at to $14. Whole number break. Well, one's a warrant. I don't know what the U is, but one is a warrant, okay? And the U, I'm not sure. There's another classification of stock. I'm not sure what it is. But DWAC is the main trading vehicle. Though, as somebody was pointing out earlier, the warrants went up something like 600% or something. So, all right. Well, this RDUS is looking really good here, holding that 19 level. Remember, it did get up to 23.20 or so, $23 yesterday. They did have news that caused the big excitement early, but it's faded all day. It actually closed a little bit below the 200-day moving average, but it recovered or reclaimed the 200-day moving average. DNUT actually got a downgrade this morning, didn't it? DNUT got a downgrade this morning. That downgrade is certainly hitting it. This is all HSBC. Yeah, so I mean, they had a price target of 14, so it's below that now. Yeah, I never succumbed to getting a pair of Crocs. I think I tried a pair on once in a store, and I thought, not for me. Big C, Google News, Big C. Let's see. Launches ads and listings on Google. Here we go. One-stop shop to list and sync products for free. My countryman. Is he still doing anything? I haven't heard about him for years now. All right, guys, I'm going to do a headset switch here. Just give me a moment here. All right, I'm back. So what? So this guy obviously he's obviously very bearish on the stock, but he's willing to upgrade it. His original bear outlook from 150 to 250. Is that how I'm supposed to read that, Zach? Right. Well, hey, anything's possible, but haven't seen Grum for a while. That was another social media platform stock. I am Mr. Alternative Rock. Real. You're right. Not too many. The Beebs ain't there. Here's another IPO. This was, yeah, this is today. So another IPO. Let's see. It opened at 1865. Targeted IPO price was 16. So another one. We're getting some good IPO. Well, I say good IPOs above the IPO price. So they launch and they're above the IPO price. So there's some enthusiasm. Boy, unit is just very, very strong. I mean, it's got a ton of room. I mean, look at the monthly chart on unit. Now, the next high looking left is way up here at 20. I'll back out this weekly and see if we can see anything. Yeah, I mean that's a huge potential move still for a unit. I mean, it's had a great week so far, but this is what you kind of look for. You're looking for potential swing trades. You want to see something that's got a ton of room. It can still keep moving before it hits the next high. Looking left. It may fade. I think the longer it holds over 14, though, if it takes a nice pop on volume. I mean, they all faded at some stage. See if there's any specific news on. Oh, that's right. So this is still. So this is a. Okay, so I don't know about a swing. The reason being is that if this potential merger or buyout of unit, if all of a sudden you get some news saying, you know what, we can't agree on a price, the price is going to tank. So I'd be a little reluctant. I mean, you can read all this, but you're talking about merger or buyout news. Yeah, it hit the. Yeah, you're right. It did hit the option scan. You're right. My option scan too. If you have a variation on mine, it just hit it now because that 300 had to hit 300%. Now it's at 304. So I'm going to watch it now to see how well it holds 14. And AUPH had a downgrade this morning, I noticed. All right. Well, instead of having to stare at it, now here's another thing. I mean, it has a quarter of a billion in the float, okay, for unit. So, I mean, that's a nice move, 8%. How much more? I don't know, but maybe put an alert at 14.10, see if it takes that out. That might get me interested. Certainly not as a swing, though. Only because you get a press release saying, you know what, we can't agree on a price, or it's all off. Unit themselves are saying, hey, we think we should be valued more at 20. So if it gets all called off, you know what's going to happen. Boom. There it goes. There, yes. So that Real mentioned it also. I said I was talking about right around here. This looks like it's setting up for another run. And is it ever? And cat a boom. New high? Is that a new high? Not a new high. No. Now it might be a new high. No, 2004, right? 20 or 2004, was that the high? 2005, thank you. Well, that took care of that. And I'm, yeah, I'm just going to say this has got to get halted. It just got halted. Let's see. I'll click on play. No, might be your got to be your system CP. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know if anybody else is having the same thing, but I have never had IB freeze on me in 5 years. No, freezing, does that mean you have to exit the program and come back in? You mean literally freezing, or just a stall before it moves on? So it's not freezing. Like when I think of freezing, I mean I can't get out, I can't do anything. Really? No, that's not definitely not happening. I just put in play. Definitely not happening to me. What's what I mean? IB. IB is not freezing on me. Now, I don't have a lot of charts open, of course. I only have one. I do have one IB chart open, and that's it. Yeah, what? Yeah, this doesn't load. I think I think for warrants, I think for, is it slash B or slash W? Yeah, so if you're trying to trade the warrant in IB, it's, it's not, you won't be able to load it from trade ideas. You're going to have to type it in because they go, sorry, it's DWAC slash W. Now every brokerage platform will have their own way, but if you're trying to trade the warrant in Interactive Brokers, it's DWAC slash W in your order entry. Yeah, that shouldn't be it then. Got to be something going on because I've never had a freeze up with Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Oh, I think Jamie wants to get in. I think he might be streaming. Okay. Okay, Jamie, I'll stop now. Thanks for letting me know. I will stop streaming now. So I have a good hour.
I apologize. The good old double mute got me there. So hopefully now you guys can hear me. Um, Unmuted the software, but forgot to undo the hard mute on my microphone. Okay, excellent. As I was saying earlier, when nobody could hear me, hello Mike, hello Otto, hello everyone. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. Um, while Barry takes his break. So excellent. Glad you guys can hear now. When I was talking to myself, I was just kind of carrying forward what Barry was talking about with DWAC earlier. Got a nice little break to highs here, and then of course they got to hit the panic button. They just resumed trading in DWAC. Little 5-minute halt there from 10:56 my time to about 11:01, and we're trading again now. This thing has just kind of been insane. Um, 28 million, almost a 30 million float here, as we can see from the single stock window. Not the largest float around, and we can see the shares that have turned over today, 235 million. So once we get up to about 280 million there, that means that float will have flipped over about 10 times if we get to that level. Why the caps? Are you talking to me there, Otto? Did I was I typing in all caps? What was I typing? Okay, so we're back online with DWAC, as Barry was also talking about. You got some warrants coming through here for DWAC too. They don't really seem to be priced. They priced a little higher. Okay, I got you. Oh, okay, you're talking about Bill. I was like, I don't know if was I typing in caps. Um, so, a couple of interesting things to point out, ladies and gents. We now have the 5.5.45 beta available. Some cool new functionality is contained in this beta. Yeah, why isn't there a DWAC every day? That would be nice. That would be nice. Of course, they're few and far between, um, but it's always nice when we get a big mover and actually be able to participate in it, depending on when you were in it. I mean, just think if you were bottom fishing this one, for a swing trade, you'd be loving life right now. I'm sure there are a handful of people out there that potentially might have been in that position. There are a lot of good movers
Order
today.
filled.
Andy was in this one from a while back. It's paying off quite handsomely today as well, up about 10%, as we can see here. DD on the move. Barry was also talking about, what was Unit doing? Yeah, Unit having a pretty good move today as well. Of course, coming through the alert window here that I watch for high volume stocks on the relative scale. But a lot of these smaller caps are starting to perk up. For those of you who were sitting in on the session yesterday, you probably heard Steve talking about the IWM. And when we take a peek here, of course, we can cycle through the larger tracking ETFs. As we peck back up to, just short of all-time highs here on the SPY. Of course, a lot of us like to follow the RSP here lately, which is a equally weighted version of the S&P 500, not just the extreme overweight of the high-tech firms that we see in the SPY. But as Steve was pointing out yesterday, IWM, big range it's had, big channel that we've had in the IWM, but not that far away also from these upper tiers here. And as Steve was pointing out yesterday, the holidays are upon us. Retail season is brewing. And he did an interesting thing yesterday, kind of pointed out, okay, here we are a year ago. Oops. How did that happen? Give me a second here. Too big. All right. Here we are, last October, right here. And look what happened between October and December. We got a nice little up move. Now, is that going to happen again this year? Very well could be the case. We'll just have to see what pans out as retail season kicks in. And, hopefully there'll be retail to be had, with all those ships sitting in all of our harbors that they won't let come in and dock and distribute their goods. But I'm sure, hopefully, maybe, they'll get that situation worked out. Not yet perfect, but it might. It just might. We will have to just pull up our chairs and see what happens moving forward. Okay, so going to kind of circle back around here to the beta version that I was talking about earlier, because we've got some cool new options. First and foremost, if you click on help, you're going to notice that you can just access the user guide, boom, just by clicking that. And here is our brand new user guide, which is a awesome piece of work from one of our newer team members, Stephanie. Did a fantastic job at putting this thing together. So just quick links, any topic that you want to learn about as far as the functionality goes, you can click on one of these icons, or you can always click here for the full table of contents, which will be shown over here on the left. So a wellspring of good information, especially if you're new to the product and it's getting so big that, even if you're an experienced user, you kind of forget about how some of the functionality works. And now just with one click, you can pull up that user guide, find the thing that you're looking for, and boom, it's right there at your fingertips. Now, just in case anybody wants to peruse this, if you haven't upgraded yet, I'm just going to drop this into the chat panel. But once you upgrade to the beta, it's going to be right here under the Help tab for easy access. Also, in the new beta version, we've got a new toy. If I click on New, and I can click here on Market Explorer, then you're going to get this window to pop up. You'll notice it looks a little bit different than your traditional alert and top list, or all the other windows. This is part of the TIQ little techno niche that we have here. One of the other windows would be the RBI and the GBI windows. We're running on that same server, but this guy is the same. So if I right click and go to server window, you can see the things that are currently available. So if I want to see the 80-20 cross, boom, I can pull that window up. So all the things hitting the cross, we can see all the ones from today. You can have some other metrics out here as well. Volume, relative volume, a lot of good stuff. So once you install that beta, play around with the Market Explorer, play around with the new user's guide. Lots of good stuff coming down the pipeline. Well, the AI picking out a good couple of trades here. Let's take a peek at some of the highlights here from Holly today. VALN looks a little spotty on the daily, but check out the volume today. Not too shabby. 7.5 on the relative side. Spread, let's see here. A little bit spready just for my snapshot here. We got a 44.75 bid and a 45.22 offer. Looks like it's kind of trading right in the middle there, about 45. But yesterday hammer, today strength. And a beautiful little entry right there, pretty much not at the low of the day, but just after that bottoming wick had been put in. Nice little grab by the AI at 43.58. And if we're still in it, currently enjoying a 3% gain there. No conservative exit reason here, so that's why we see all the numbers here looking the same. Same thing with ABB, which was a nice little short play. Let's take a peek at that one. All right, a little gap down action, a little sideways action. Nice little short sell as we reapproached that level, acting as a little bit of resistance, and Holly calling out the short sell at 32.94. Not as big as a percentage gain here, but risking $100, you can see, in 1,111 shares for a nice little gain. Where do we go to get the user guide? Well, all we do, assuming you've installed the new beta, you just click right here on the TI toolbar help, and it's this first selection right here, user guide. Boom. That'll get it for you. Can you take a look at DKNG? Yep. Yeah, doing a little sideways dance here. But you can see it is kind of wedging if I put a couple of trend lines in there. It's probably going to do something at some point there. But yeah. What are we currently at? 49.15, smart stop level or swing exit down here at about 47.68. 47.50 we could call it. So if you were looking to swing this one, that's a pretty good level there. You know, stop level right underneath what you see here. Probably not a bad, probably not something, well, just doesn't look like a bad swing trade. Acceptable risk, and if we do get a little bit frisky, could take a nice little pop up to 51.40. Check back in on DWAC. Boy, no weakness there right now. Yeah, my eyes have been playing tricks on me a little bit here lately as well. Screen overload, so to speak. Yeah, so it might be in everybody's best interest. I mean, IWM not really lighting the world on fire today, but look at all the other indices as well. Also notice the kind of weak relative volume, even on the big SPY, overweighted tech SPY, only at about half relative volume today. IWM doing a little bit more on the relative side, but everything just kind of taking a break today as far as volume goes on the tracking ETFs. But what I was getting at there is the small dollar stocks, pick your maximum price. Maybe that's 30, maybe that's 20. But definitely moving forward, it'd be a good idea to watch the smaller dollar stocks with the higher volume. Because a lot of the times where that smoke is, that's going to be where the trading fire is as well. And I'm sure everybody's aware this is one of the recent new ETFs that is launched, BITO by ProShares. This one is based, I do believe, around futures contracts for Bitcoin. And you can see only its third day in existence, first, second, and third. And from what I've seen, observing it yesterday and getting a little starter position in it, which was up nicely yesterday and is actually down slightly today, pretty much moves in lockstep with the spot price of Bitcoin. Let's see how it's doing today real quick here. Let me just get a chart pulled up with some 15-minute action. And we'll see if it's doing the same today. And pretty much. Notice the 15-minute candles here. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This was right about the open. Let's see. Right about the open. Let's see. 8:30 my time. About right there. Okay. And you can see pretty much mimicking the price. So, good news is we can take advantage of that Bitcoin price action in an ETF. And I think Valkyrie is coming online with a new one this week sometime, maybe even today. Might already be trading. If you're talking about this thing right here, Iris, the symbol, BITO. That's the ProShares Bitcoin tracking ETF. Now, I executed a trade in that thing yesterday through Interactive Brokers, but I never went to try to execute a trade in E-Trade. So give me a second here. I'm just going to see what happens. Okay. Just kind of want to see. Of course, it is available at E-Trade. Why would it not be? But the cool thing about it is the zero-com environment, right? So it's interesting to see that this thing is mimicking spot price action so closely, because that allows us to take advantage of that price action in BTC in a commission-free environment, which could be very advantageous. All right. Don't think I'm missing any questions here. So if you got one, don't be shy. Throw it on out there. And how many times? I'm just going to want to do a little check on DWAC here. The number of halts. Yeah, just that one so far today. What is the cleanest way to see sector strength? Right, you could always go over to the sector channel and watch all the ETFs. Let me see here, because I need to make room to get this one back on my layout. It's just so ginormous. Let's see here. Okay, this just opened up on top of everything. It's not the one that I was really thinking about, though. But what you're seeing here are compare count windows, obviously. But notice the title. Okay, construction up here. We got finance up at the top. Accommodations, healthcare, utilities. Whatever sectors you like to keep your tabs on, or all of them, to try to figure out where the action might be. Now, it's kind of worthless information that you're seeing here right now, because I just activated these compare count windows. But imagine watching this, having it up before the open, and just like I, typically look at my larger cap compare count window, this guy right here, my big cap movers, a lot of the times I'll take a peek at this and it can give me a nice bit of information on where the market might go in the short term or before the day is through, by looking at all the large cap stocks that are hitting highs, hitting lows in that opening 15 minutes and watching that bias. Well, we can apply the same type of logic to all the sectors as well. So imagine for a moment, after the first 15 minutes, what these things would have looked like had we been watching them on the open. You might see a huge buying bias in one particular sector while the overall market's not doing much at all. And that's always kind of the trick. You want to go to where the party is, right? You don't want to go to a party where there's nobody, right? Or one or two people. Well, the party typically is volume. Where's all the buying and selling going to happen today? And let me focus my efforts there, right? So something like this circle could be interesting, but you know what? You said with a top list. So that's a way to find where the heat might be, but I was trying to find a different version of that layout. Let me see if I can go back in here and see if I can find the one that I was actually looking for. Okay, this, we'll just have to see. This is a docked window. Okay. This is the one I was trying to find at first. Okay. So I've done the same thing, um, but now we have the top list. We've got all the tracking ETFs, and we've got the respective top list connected to the compare count, right? So financials, quickly sort the top list and watch the counts as well. So maybe something like that, circle. So if anybody would like this, I will drop the link for it into the chat, and then you can use it as it is or potentially modify it. Do whatever you like to it. Save you the time of building this from scratch, or you can add sectors. All right, so there's the cloud link for the sector status docked window, complete with attached compare count windows and top lists. Okay, phone, please be quiet. The telemarketers always know when to call. All right, so in the meantime, I'm gonna kill that guy. Kind of hogs up my resources there, but yeah, you're welcome. Hey guys, give me 1 second here. I got to refill the old water cup. I'll be back in a flash. Okay, there we go. Let's see here. Let's see what old Sal M's up to. All right, not a bad little mover. Nice, pretty opening range break there. Getting underway about 10 o'clock my time. Volume really kicking in here. And a nice little move from 354. Almost a point on that thing before it wicked out up there. Definitely getting past this little crucial point here. And once again, what do we have here? A small dollar mover. Kicking out some pretty impressive volume today. Only 60 on the relative scale. Circle back around here on these Holly trades. Nice bottom pick on the intraday. ABB. Okay. So interesting what's going on here with ABB. Beautiful entry. All right. Kind of slowly trying to make its way back down to its low of the day. And if it does do that, and we print through that low right there, that'd be a nice clean range break as well. What kind of room do we have on the daily? We got this area back here that could, that has before and looks to be acting as support today. But that's right now. Volume comes back into this thing, and let's see, it's kind of gone quiet on the smaller time frames, right? A little bit below normal, only kicking 74%, but definitely one to keep an eye on. If it does get back down to these levels here, and the volume does come back into it, well, we might get into that area. But if the volume stays lackluster, we'll probably be hanging out here into the close. TCBI, Texas Capital Bank shares. Not a bad little short play up there, but this one just kind of going sideways. That's a heck of a green opening candle there. Hey, good. Good, Mike. Nothing like being in sync with the soup du jour, or the stock of the day. Ah, yeah, I forgot to mention that as well. We have incorporated the formula editor right here. That is another new feature. Tools, formula editor. Now it's incorporated here. We can modify our formulas and see all of them as well without having to log into the website, which is very, very convenient. So for all you custom formula people out there, I can operate on the most rudimentary level, simple formulas. Um, but there are a lot of people out there that like to dig down deep and create very complex formulas. So now, whether you're a simpleton like myself, or whether you like the more complex stuff, right here at your fingertips for easy access. We've also added some, color coding on some new linking functionality as well. If I can hit the right button here. Where'd you go? There we go. Okay. So, as everybody's probably already pretty familiar with, we can just link to everything, such as I'm set up here. I removed small borders, which you can do by going to Properties, remove small borders. That way we can see the identifying markup here that this is indeed an alert window, and it's always been in blue. Okay, but now you can get a little bit fancier and you can create linking channels. All right, so once again, Tools, symbol, linking channels, and you can see all mine are currently linked to all and displaying the blue color, right? But we could set up different linking channels and assign different colors to them, right? So I could go down here as well and go to symbol linking and say, you know what, I want to make this guy red. So any of the other windows that I assign to the red family would be linked, and of course we can see the color change here as well. And this takes a little bit of getting used to here. So if you want to learn all about the new linking and colorization, this will take you right to the user's guide, and you can read all up on it there. Just reading your question there about the moving averages circle. Yeah, when you're bringing those into play, we've talked about this in the past, I think, about moving average crosses. Um, Hopefully, we're going to be adding more of those um, to the Market Explorer window. Right now we've got the 820, right? But hopefully we're going to be folding more crosses into the Market Explorer, but from a, let me just get a top list up here. A little bit of lag here. So as far as filters go, all right, obviously, what was yours? The 9, right? Obviously, the 9 would be an issue here. But when we're talking about crosses, if we're doing a top list, we would just dial in these levels here for the respective changes to, be pretty tight, whether that be 0.01 minus 0.01. In other words, can't be any more than 0.1% below uh, the moving average, or X amount above. I think I've got a top list in my cloud. Alert windows, let's see here. Or maybe cross. I don't know why my system is... So for example, these are going to be pretty close, right? And if we go in here and look at the settings for those respective, once you added all the SMAs that you fancy there, check out the settings. Pretty much all the same. Price is no more than 0.5% above, but it's no more than 0.3% below, right? Or it's right at it. So you would just install your moving average filters with similar settings, maybe a little bit wider, maybe a little bit smaller, just depending on your preference. Iris, are you referring to the custom formulas when when you go to the formula editor? Because when I click here, these are my custom formulas that I've inserted into my account over the years, okay? If you've never created any custom formulas, or if you don't have any custom formulas in your account, you're not going to see anything there. Yeah, let's take a look at Mitch here. Let's see. And that guy is at all-time highs. I think that's what you were getting at there, Mike. Yeah, the no resistance, which is under the high volume. There's Mitch right there. I mean, look at this guy. Hold on, I'm getting a little bit of a lag here, trying to figure out what's going on. Okay. I mean, good Lord, it doesn't get any prettier than that when, as far as a sleepy stock breaking out of its range. I mean, you would have had to be pretty quick here to get it at that level, but, anywhere in the bottom quarter of that candle probably would have been a good entry. I wouldn't be complaining too much. Up 8.5% right now. But man, what a nice little range break. And, it came through. Let's see, what was the first time there on that one? Coming through before that. Looks like the first tick out of this one was 174.68. Oh, that's a little high. That would be way up here. At first I didn't see that wick right there. Okay. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Yeah, that is a crazy wick. So man, getting filled up there at 174, you would have had to sit a hairy little wiggle. Yeah, that's a little late. Let's see if it came through this window. Probably not, I'm assuming, but let's see. I think my maximum price would have filtered it out, actually. 150? Yeah, it would have barely missed it. Let's see if it would have found it if my max price. Okay. Today, let's see all the hits. 159.03. Yeah, but that was right on the open. But we can see the volume levels were pretty good. Just nothing was really happening in the first 15 minutes or so. So it wouldn't have alerted over here. You talking about intraday VWAP, Mike? Yeah, I'm not really sure, Iris, why your formulas would not show up. That's the first time I'm hearing about that. So they just automatically should show up here. I mean, making sure you probably didn't have multiple accounts at one point in time. But since this is relatively new, I'm not really sure. Everything should just attach to your account. Oh, on the 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's take a peek at the 1 minute here. Of course, I'm not used to having 1 minute charts up. I mean, look at that. That is just crazy. But what if we did this? What if we just went to 5 minutes? You know, if you anchored here, it would just be hugging the line as well. But match group, nothing like a little CNBC pump. Let's see what else has been coming through the all-time high. FND, not a bad little setup on this one. Always like to see the same pattern unfolding on multiple time frames. We got a range break right here. Boom. And we have the same thing happening over here. Boom. These are some of my favorite types of trades. If you get some nice momentum, get a good entry on the intraday, heading into the close if it's strong, you know, you can peel half off, keep the rest for a swing trade, and you got a little bit of cushion there in case it does go against you. Some of the great swing trades start off as day trades. Worn a little thin there. Doing the same thing over here on the daily, but not exactly a very liquid stock. sorry about that. I got to get it's time for a new microphone. My mute just initiates on its own sometimes. Um, well, assuming you didn't hear anything I just said, when we're over here and we use this configure area in the backtester, all right, you can create as simple or as complex a strategy as you would like to, you know, use for backtesting purposes. Which your custom formulas are, you know, part of that equation. And as long as you know, set everything up, then that's how you would do that, assuming I'm understanding the question there. Yeah, Mike, I can't even remember the last time I had a mojito. We got mosquitoes here in Texas. Actually, I exit strategy. Okay, I just noticed you were talking about a profit target. Okay, um, which still is an alternate exit criteria. You know, if we've got a timed hold, stop loss profit target, well, profit target is part of the exit parameters that could potentially occur, whichever one happens first. So assuming you create a strategy, or we could just say an assortment, you know, your custom filter acting as the strategy. If that filter was met, well, then it should act as an exit. Okay, it's still part of the same, I guess, under the same umbrella, um, even though it says right here exit strategy. And when I think about profit target, it's all part of the same. So I think that's what you were getting at there. Where's the scanner to find all the DW, all the DWACs? Yeah, kind of like what Iris was saying earlier about DWAC. Um, well, let's look at some of the characteristics here. Okay. Um, Number one, look at what it was doing before. Okay. So a lot of the times when they're flatlining like this, you know, a lot of the filters aren't really going to be triggering. Okay. Then all of a sudden, boom, it comes to life. So once again, let's see, DWAC is doing crazy relative volume here, right? So the question remains, why isn't DWAC? Oops. But in Brokerage Plus, if you can access that filter, I don't see why it wouldn't be possible. Of course, I don't use a lot of customs in my Brokerage Plus. Let me just take a peek real quick here. Find my strategies here. Hold on one second. Okay, so here is the, you know, risk management for Brokerage Plus. So you're just talking about using your profit target with your custom formula. Yes? Hmm. Well, I'm not seeing my customs either. Okay, so you said, Aya, did your U prefix customs, did they show up in here before, and now you're saying they're not? Because obviously mine are not showing up. But are you sure you saw them? They were there and you were using them, and then they're gone? Right, circle. DWAC is a SPAC. Of course, we do have the blank check company. Let's just click on the SPAC channel for a second. Are any of the stock windows on top of DWAC today? Not there. Let me get back over here because I still wanted to see. You know, I'll have to circle back around on you, Aya, on that one. Talk to some of the dev guys to see what might be going on with that. All right, so give me a second here. I wanted to see, getting back to that DWAC question. Oops. And I'm sure some of my filters here, I don't really see why any of the filters here would get rid of DWAC. But obviously I'm not getting any hits. All right, so now process of elimination. Okay, seem to be the earnings filter. Okay, so yeah, tons and tons of hits as this thing was doing its thing today. Which, if we look at a little bit smaller time frame, I mean, what a beautiful setup. I mean, right there. That was a nice, tight range break. I mean, even more so over here. 1, 2, 3, 4. You got a nice opening 20-minute range break right here. Would have been money. Nice opportunity to add to that position, or even take a first-time entry here. Assuming you were stocking this one on the open, it's set up really nice with low risk. You don't see many of these very often. So yeah, just by removing my earnings filter here, which the only reason that is there is to weed out the ETFs and iShares. But if you don't mind those coming through, DWAC, I mean, this window here with the earnings filters removed would have found DWAC very well, I could say. Oh, this little guy getting up to boogie. Not a huge monetary move, but not bad on a percentage basis. Almost a 10%er. So anyway, getting back to the question, Circle, how do we find the DWACs? Well, that's really why I watch these windows here for DWAC type setups. Just the nice, clean opening range breaks, whether they happen 30 minutes, 60 minutes, whatever your choice is there. So, just going to take a look at pre and post on this guy. It had a little bit of pre-market activity, which could have given us even more, confidence, right, on how it behaved in the pre-market. We got the range break right on the open from the pre-market, okay? So that also would have been a nice little entry. This was just a very well-behaved trader today on this DWAC. Yeah, so Iris, just my turbo brakes up scanner would have found it at first. When I did a historical search, we did not find it. So all I did was remove my earnings filter, which is in there only to keep the ETFs out. Okay, so once we remove that, you'll see here. Sorry, there's a B-1 bomber flying over my house right now. It's a little loud. Once I remove the filters for earnings, you can see this window is all over DWAC today. So I'll drop the cloud link for that version. And keep in mind, this is my same old turbo up relative volume. All we did was remove the earnings filter. Well, let's take another peek at Mitch, or Match Group. Old dating app. Since I'm an old dude and have been around computers, look, there's DWAC again. Boom, boom, boom. Let me just put it this way. My first computer was a VIC-20. But anyway, even way back then, in that community, the online community, they had already came into existence. They called them DYMs, dial your match, right? So electronic dating services have been around for a very long time. Match is one of the juggernauts in the space now. And it looks like it's going to keep on cruising, but that's I'd be surprised if it didn't pull back a little bit. Let's take a look at the weekly. Yeah. Question is, will the week close above or the daily as well? Let's take a look back at the daily. Question is, are we going to close above? Well, we could mark off a couple of different areas here. Here and here, right? Stay strong, close up here, then we have a good chance at this area becoming future support. If it slides back down and gets weak, we might be back down here in the doldrums. Just have to see how she finishes. Yes, Iris, I dropped the link, but I'll drop it again. And this is just the same old turbo brakes up, high relative volume. For some reason, the earnings filter was keeping the DWAC from showing up. But that version will have it. All right, good deal. For collectors, just collector items, Mike, I'm sure if you have one of those things that's in working order or still have the packaging, I haven't bothered to look if they're worth anything. I would think so, but I do not know for certain. Oh, wow. We're almost at the top of the hour. All right, got about 3 3 or 4 minutes before Barry reclaims his post here. So if you have any questions before then, just go ahead and drop them. NVIDIA having a nice orderly march higher today. And looks like, what are we about? 230, not too far away from ATH on the juggernaut known as NVIDIA. My goodness. I was just looking at the market cap here. $500 billion. Gotta have those video cards. You know, I was just thinking about the shortage there, Otto. I mean, you know, a lot of these, you know, back in the day when Bitcoin first came online in 2009, everybody used their processor to quote unquote mine or maintain or make you know, you made your processor available for the network to use. And then somebody invented the first GPU miner, which was much faster than the processors. And then eventually they just created a custom chip, which we now refer to as an ASIC chip. So now Bitcoin mining is all ASIC. You could mine with a GPU, you just never get anything. But there are a lot of altcoins out there. I think even to this very day, Ethereum is GPU based. I don't know if I'm not really up to speed on if that can even be done through ASICs, but there are a lot of coins out there that are still using GPUs. That has helped exacerbate the shortage of finding a graphics card. It's been very difficult. You know, it's chip shortages, silicone shortages. This is also prevalent in the used car market. That's one of the reasons used cars are increasing in value, which has never been seen before, because they can't get the chips that they need to make new cars. But interesting, I'll have to do a little legwork here because I've been meaning to actually build a new computer for myself, but it's all predicated if I can't get a graphics card that I want, why even bother at this point in time? Is that the top of the line one right now, Otto? That's the upper tier? Yep. The top of the line cards are never cheap. Middle. Yeah, I'm usually a middle guy. Let's just touch base with Barry real quick here. Cue it up for him. There we go. All right, ladies and gents, here we are at the top of the hour. Just going to touch base with Barry. And he will come on back here in a second. Hey, Robert. Yeah, if you want to run trade ideas on the Mac, you got a couple of different options. The downloadable client will not run on a Mac. It's only PC based. So you can access, number one, you can access our web version on any device. That's your first alternative. But if you do really want the client, the downloadable client, you would have to install something like Parallels on your Mac, which allows you to run Windows programs. If you do that, then you can run the downloadable client. If you choose not to go the Parallels route, then your only alternative is the web version. And the web version is pretty easy to access here. You know, you would just click on TI for the web. Okay, yeah, you're already on the web version. So You would need to install a Windows emulation program on your Mac, and there are several of them out there. Parallels, I can't remember the names of the other ones. If you do that, then you should be able to run the client version. Robert, that topic has been tossed around for a while now. The question is, what about creating a downloadable version for the Mac? In other words, porting a version over for the Mac. Um, I would like to say that that's coming, but I can't really say that. It's a little above my pay grade since I'm not a coder. From what I'm told, it's a very time-consuming project to port this to the Mac side of things, but you know, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So what I would always, just like any feature request, if you really want to get it in front of the guys that make the decisions, send that request to info@trade-ideas.com. And that way we add it to the feature request list. And the way that thing works is the most things that are requested typically are the ones that come to fruition. Yes, David, that is another good alternative. If you don't want to run the Parallels version, you can always rent a PC from Amazon in cyberspace and just log into that to run your trading apps. So yes, using a PC that you rent off the cloud is a viable alternative. Okay, Barry tells me that he has begun to stream, so I'm going to shut it down for now. Um, Thanks everybody for spending the hour with me. And
Order filled.
everybody have a great rest of the day, and hopefully have a nice, happy Friday as well, and a great weekend. And we'll see you guys next week. Bye bye.
So I mean, it could be a fake pop and drop. You see, it's sort of tracking DWAC, but I don't know if you guys can hear me in YouTube. Oh man, I mean, again, boring, boring, boring compared to the other ones, but this is the sort of trade that can pay some bills, you know. SCU. All right, guys, thank you. You can hear me in YouTube. Okay, thanks, guys. So we've been talking about Psalm here, SALM. Looks interesting, but no volume. Excuse me. No volume after the initial bursts. See how the volume is just fading? Even on the 5 minute, a little bit of a volume bar there, but we need volume. We had 2 volume bursts to move it up. Excuse me, sorry about that, just a second here. I'm on mute. I can't believe it. All my great explanation about everything, including the origins of the world. How long have I been on mute? Since you asked me about where would be an entry? Okay, so this is what I was saying. First of all, I cannot give any advice on something like this now, but right there, I know Real mentioned, I think 1981 or so. If it took out that, it could have a go. I know I mentioned it right here. That red candle looked like it could have been over, right? And then you see the next green candle saying, okay, if it gets above, if it gets to that level again, this could give you another setup. And that's exactly what happened. So there was a little bit of a setup here. But I would be only taking few shares because I mean anything can happen. Eventually you would think that the enthusiasm is going to dry up somewhat. Got to remember, this was a $10 stock yesterday or 9 something stock yesterday. So those who bought yesterday or here or here or here or here or here are eventually going to want to take some profit. Yeah, see, support and resistance is your support and resistance may be completely different from mine, all right? That's why we don't have so-called support and resistance lines that you can just draw because, different time frames will have, for instance, when I look here on the 5-minute chart, I would have said 1768 or so was support. It's not, you just look at a chart, see where a lot of trading is for, a little bit of time, and it doesn't break down through that level, you can say, okay, that looks like a support level, as an example. But somebody else might look at that and go, no, I don't agree with that. I think it should be up here because of something else. So support and resistance is there's no hard and fast. I'm always looking left. When you hear me talk about looking left on a chart, whether I'm short or long, that's because I'm always looking to see where the next low is. That to me, whether that is truly a support or a resistance line, I mean, look at the SUE. I mean, I'm looking down here. I'm in this short, right? I'm looking down here. There's a 200-day moving average. I mean, but I look over here, looking left, and I see 25.34. So that could stall it. That's the next low looking left. I mean, it's only one day though. I mean, it's only one day. So I mean, that may not be enough to stall it. I would say though that this 200-day could easily stall it. But you have to. There's no, in my opinion, there was no definitive support and resistance on every single, because people will have different ideas of it. Well, that's because the 200-day moving average is probably the most widely, even for people like me who don't use a lot of technical indicators, it's the most widely followed indicator, the 200-day moving average. So you'll see a lot of stocks that may maybe get held up at that level, or if they're approaching it from the bottom, stall at that level. Okay, it's just one of those ones that is universally used. Could be. I mean, I don't get into the minutia of it, but I mean, it's just something that even again, a trader like myself who does not use a lot of indicators, totally aware of where that 200-day moving average is. Well, guys, I mean, I cannot say, yeah, this is not for new traders. The DWAC is not for new traders. That's why I'm not going to. I mean, we can look at it and all that, but I'm not going to make any recommendations one way or the other. I am having a way of trading it that suits my trading style, but that's it. And real, I know he's posted a 35 potential. And I'm sure that is some kind of a fib extension. The sound, I mean, I'm not going to lose sight of the sound. Only though on volume. Only on volume, okay? I mean, look, the volume is just dried up. But it's it's moving, but and this just got halted. Yeah. Oh my goodness. You talk about 35, forget 35, guys. Oh, wait a minute. That might be the Dwac U. Yeah, that's the Dwac U. I'm getting confused here. They both got halted. One at 38, one at 33.94. Sorry. So, I mean, can you imagine if this gets volume? Now let's see what this might open at. Yeah, no real clue right now on the DWAC. And this is what I'm talking about right here. So there's the halt at 33.94. However, the other one is not halted. Or it halted and it's open? I don't, I'm getting confused here. Now this is halted. Jeez. All right, guys, did the volume come in? Yeah, a little bit of volume on the 5 minute, little bit. Well, it okay, I'm just the psalm is it's a real game here. Okay, I'm tiptoeing my way into this. There is some volume coming in on the 5. Okay, so Tom, so the question was, do I have a time when it's coming under the halt? Now, typically they are 5-minute halts. Typically, okay. This is, if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open in 1, 2, 3, now. And then it just opened, okay? It just opened. Come on. So again, typically they are 5-minute halts. And this is what I'm talking about. You can see right there. Now you can't see, this is the DWAC, so it got halted at 1:15:51. Okay, open at 1:20:51. So that was exactly a 5-minute halt. And it's one of the scans I'm sharing, guys. Well, obviously I did my video today on DWAC. So, oh man. Well, there are tons of shorts available at, still are, at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, this Selm is aggravating. This is just an emotional one, based on DWAC. That's the only reason. Oh my goodness, but the DWAC, it doesn't really matter what this one does for me now. I mean, the DWAC is just, and they're the warrants that you guys have been talking about. Yes, these are the warrants that you've been talking about. Only up to 2,000%. Wow. When you say the VWAP stop, Ija, where? You mean in the in Brokerage Plus, or what are you talking about? The VWAP stop. Well, VWAP has always been available. A column? Well, we've always had VWAP, so When you say a column, again, a column where though? You're talking about adding a column in an alert window or a top list? Oh, it's always been there. Sure. Now we have the different VWAPs, you know, the VWAP 1, 2, 3, and 4, but I mean, we've had VWAP for, well, forever. This is the main one. Okay, this is the one everybody uses. And then these are, I don't use this. These is called the anchored VWAP. Okay, but this has been there for, oh, sure. You can add any, I mean, it's just a filter, right? So the single stock window is just made up of filters. That filter has been around for a long, long time. That's been around for a while. Yep. Yeah, Bobby, no kidding. Well, that's the way I kind of felt about the hex yesterday, the HX. I got about $1.50 of it late in the day. Thought I was very proud of myself, and then it went. I think I got out around 17.50, and it proceeded to go to about 24. This is a little bit different. Yeah, let's not get political at all on this, okay? Well, I mean, we know the reason this is going up. It's great, no problem. I mean, guy wants to start a social platform and he's doing it via SPAC. That's fine. Politics all aside. SGAM? SGAM. Who's SGAM? SGAM, Serpent Global Acquisition. Now, what are you doing? Don't tell me you're piggybacking on this. Who are you trying to? This is another SPAC, guys. Well, we could say with this one anyway, SPACs are alive with the DWAC, and now this one. Well, there's no problem about politics in terms of, I mean, if the White House comes out with some statement that can affect a sector, yeah, that's fine. What we shy away, well, not shy away from, what we don't permit here, though, is, making disparaging remarks about individuals. If it's politics, but it's affecting the market, that's fine. I mean, obviously, this DWAC, of course, it's politics. Of course, it is. But we're not saying no. Look, I'm a Canadian, so I don't want to get into it. But it's too polarizing. But of course, we know why it's going up. We can't possibly say, we can't, stick our heads in the sand going, well, why is DWAC going up? Of course, we know why. Now, there's even the unit. My goodness, the unit. But it's slow. I mean, it's hard to focus on anything like that right now. Yeah, I got knocked out of my sound trade. Okay, a little loss. It is so. Exactly. What we're seeing is, well, only political, and then somebody says, well, why is this happening? Of course, it has a connection to politics, shall we say, but wow. Look at this D now continues down. What a drop. Meanwhile, my boring SCU is still inching its way, down. No, that's okay, Aja. That's fine. MDIA. Let's take a look at MDIA. Yeah, a little break. Nice little break here on the daily. Yeah. The next high looking left is around, it's got to get over 9 for me, obviously. And then 918 takes that out. It's got some room. Well, just got halted again, guys. DWAC just got halted again. Whereas DWACU is still trading. Ooh. Yeah, this is still trading. I'm sure it's going to get halted. No, I have it halted. It must be an error. It must be getting mixed up. Interactive Brokers is even mixed up here. Whew, what a day. Guys, are you seeing a halt in IB with Wacom? I'm seeing a halt, but it's I don't know if it's getting mixed up now with or is trade ideas. I keep hearing it in my ear. No, it's halted. 4807. It is halted. Yeah, it is halted. Definitely halted. I think what was happening is that it was going up so fast that I was getting these alerts in my ear from trade ideas. No, you miserable. Whew, just to give me a moment here. Oh, that's what you've been talking about, Keg. The warrants keep trading. Yeah, the warrants keep trading through the halts. Wow. Does IB have shares to short? Let me just see. CEI. The answer is yes. 500,000 shares. Yes. It's good to hear, Tom. Okay, now you can subscribe with the money you made there. All right, look at Gamble here. Gamble, G-A-M-B-L, moving down, and the next could be some support right around this area. Meanwhile, the SGAM, yes, your SGAM continues here. What is happening with this one? Why? Who are they trying to buy? Redbox. Okay, the Redbox, what do they do? Reports will add 20 free ad-supported TV channels to its streaming service. Okay, so that is the... So the SPACs are getting alive again, guys. SPACs alive. And now... What was I have a marketing meeting today? Well, I remember DVD rentals being Redbox. I remember being in my local Safeway and all. How many years ago was that? Just click the big sell button. That's all you do. Get into sim mode and just click the big sell button. Then you're. Now the only thing I would do though is make sure, not that it matters when you're in the simulator, but if you're trying to practice trading, make sure that your broker has shorts available. Just so that you're not just taking a short, thinking that you could have done it in your real account. But you just hit the big sell button. So watch, just for fun, I'll do it. I'll take a short of DWAC. Again, this is just for fun. Okay, 100 shares. And the spread isn't great. I'm just going to show you what you do. Just click the sell button. Done. Okay, that's all you do. Pick the price you want to get in at. I went in at market, but I'm sorry. I had switched it to dollars, so I took $2 worth. So let me get out of this. Flatten it. I had accidentally switched it, so let's do 100 shares. Anyway, that's all you do. Just click the big sell button, and now you're in a short, okay? Simple enough. Good way to practice shorting. I know a lot of you don't want to short, but you'll see how it works. I mean, it's just. I'm having a tough time looking at all the other ones that are popping up on my other scanners. Exactly. You cannot trade. There's no technicals at all involved with DWAC. It's sort of like the sound. Highest level I've seen a SPAC go. In recent memory, I don't know if it's the absolute highest. Oh, Dova, you just have to read the news. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but I mean, just read the news, okay? If you look at our news or you look at, do a Google search, I mean, just, you can do this on your own. I don't try to be mean. But if you're wondering about something, it's really simple, especially this one. The news is everywhere. Stock price soars on a merger deal with Donald Trump. I mean, the news is absolutely everywhere. Yeah, you're right, Tom. Nicola, NKLA, I think it went to somebody said like 100. So it's probably it's not the biggest. Yeah, look at NKLA. NKLA. Now, it didn't go on the day of the announcement, but it did get up to up here, $94. Yes, I Orf back in the day at 77. Okay, yeah. So it's not, but I think probably the day of an announcement of a merger, no question. No, no, no. I'm out of Psalm. Still have my alert setter on that 430 level, but it's going to need a lot of volume. Wow, that was a big pop, and then a good grief. And I think it just got halted, right? Did it get halted? Yes, it got halted. Yeah, the other ones are trading. Well, there's no question. It's been exciting. Meanwhile, boring old Vale keeps moving its way down. Yeah, I think this is another Brazilian stock. Yeah, so Brazil is getting thumped again today, guys. EBR, Vale. Yeah, just waiting on. Let's see, that halt was at 149.19. So I don't think I'm going to attend this marketing meeting today. 149.19. So that'll open at 154.19. So still have a few minutes to go. Look at unit guy. I mean, I did not take the unit. Not a, again, it's hard to concentrate on some of these ones that aren't moving as quickly. But unit from my option scan was at 1408. I mean, it just dawdled around for a long time. Yeah, I mean, if we want to. Sorry, guys, I'm just distracted here for 1 second here. So what's going to happen here? 140. What did I say? 139. 139.19. So 144.19. So this is now. This is turning into a 10-minute halt. Is that right? No, I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting confused here. There's so many halts on this one. I'm confused. So 154.19. So in about 20 seconds or so, less than 20 seconds, this should open. If it's a 5-minute halt. And let's see what happens. And it's open. All right. So tried to pull back here, but it is still looking relatively strong, guys. Relatively strong. After that halt, it did not do an utter collapse. Not yet, anyway. Let's stick an alert up here. Right back up. Holy smokes. Well, you know what, guys? I'm just doing it. I'm doing it in front of you. I'm just going to put an alert at 50 and see if it takes it out later. Psalm doesn't look good, William. You know, 50 is that little psychological level. I mean, it did pop over it. It got up to 52, but again, this is no advice whatsoever, and definitely not for newbies. I can't prevent anybody from doing it, but you know, I know what I'm looking for. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Good eve to you too, Thomas. Whew, my goodness, what a day! What a day. Okay, what's next? Okay, so this looks like now it. I mean, I cannot say this is over. I cannot, not in any. Meanwhile, SGAM is continuing here. SGAM is continuing, taking over the mini SPAC lead of percentage moves in the last 2 minutes. Well, SPACs are alive again. Wow, at least some of them. Oh man, it has come back. Well, both get AGMH. Why is that moving? AGMH. This is. I think this is another SPAC, guys. Come on, load. Okay, it's not. I'm sorry. I thought it was a another SPAC just because it's around that 10 level. Yeah, IBM. I did see a little action of IBM in the pre-market. I think I saw some. Yeah, big drop. Earnings play. And you're right. You know, for those of you who don't want to get tied into the wild and woolly volatile type of stock, yeah, this has been steadily down. Excellent. You know, from 134 down to 129. I mean, you know, not a big percentage move, but not after the market opened. But yeah, nothing wrong with that. Again, guys, Azul. So Brazil is getting thumped again today. Remember, this is the one I shorted. I think it was 3 days ago. It was a wonderful short, and I bet you GOL is doing the same thing. Brazil getting thumped again. That's the veil. Boy, I'm having some lag here in the charts today. Azul, GOL, veil. These are all Brazilian plays. EBR. Brazil just getting thumped. Well, this is my plan on this DWAC. I'm going to watch it, of course. I'm going to shutting the room down around 3. I'll be watching it into the power during power hour. If it gets close to 50 again, and then it could go again. I don't know. And then watch it after hours. Excuse me. Yeah, see, I don't look at the level 2 at all. I think there's too many games played. Zach looks at it. He seems to be able to figure out a way to make it work for him. That's fine. I just don't even look at it. I think too many games being played. Bid and ask, things being put in, yanked out. That's my opinion. In theory, that should be it. Yes, but a lot of games are played on the level 2. Yeah, that might be it. That's so we were just so this just got halted again, and no, it's not halted yet. No, he's just saying, hey, you're in the YouTube room, Robert, which is fine. But we have what I call the main trading room, which is here. Zach is one of the posters, great contributors. So if you want to head over there, I'll give you the link for what I call the main trading room. There's just more action there. No, it's not. No, it's a guy in the room. Okay, not to be confused, but with anybody else. Well, a little breather here. So before point out again, we've got this great promotional on right now. 25% off. Okay, there's the promo code you can use. Go to my homepage. You can sign up right there. 25% off. First month only or the entire year. Okay? So if you click on my homepage link, yeah, Psalm was a disappointment, I have to admit. I thought it might rip up to, even get close to 5. But, you got to stop in place. I made a little bit the first time, lost a little bit the second time, so kind of a wash for me. So, clicking on my homepage link, and here's the promo code you can use. Okay, look at that, 25% off. Yoo-hoo. 25% off. Here's the promo code, Test Drive 25, all in caps. So, I'll give you an idea how much it costs. So the big plan, the annual premium, $22.68 a year minus the 25%, or the standard, $10.68 a year minus the 25%. If you're unsure, this is what you can do. Go to standard, take out a standard subscription for 1 month. You'll get the 25% off. Now, if you want to maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you would pay going forward, or you can try the premium, $228, less the 25%. If within 30 days, you decide you want to upgrade from monthly to an annual, we'll honor the promo code. So you can always start off here, and if you really like it and you want to go to an annual, great, we'll honor the promo code. So no point, taking an if you don't know the product, because we don't, our refund is not great on an annual. You have to know you want it. That I don't know a perfect circle. You'll have to contact our homepage. I don't get too involved in the pricing and on things like that. So you go to our homepage and you can ask the question. Somebody there in accounting will let you know how it could work. Okay, but I don't know. Sounds like it could be a deal, but I just don't know. I don't get involved in the accounting at all. Okay, you guys are talking about ear. Don't see any news other than lawyers trying to get everybody to do a class action suit against them. Other than that, I don't see any news on them. What's the high over here? 868. Wow, so it took out that high. Wow, look at the gap. I mean, that's what you love. But nice short from 957 or that area. Classic reason not to get stubborn, guys. We talk about stops all the time. I could have got really stubborn about the Psalm. I had a few shares of this too, thinking that it might piggyback a little bit more on the DWAC move. But look at this. So do not get stubborn. I'm keeping an eye on this Azul for a potential short here, AZUL. So it'll resting here at the 1580 mark. I like it under 16, and it still has some room to run. Brazilian stocks continue to be beaten up. And I'm looking at the monthly. That's what I'm looking at. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get to 1150, but this the way I was looking at the chart here, it looked like it was halted, but for the DWAC, that must have been a few days ago, Aja, right? Because I mean, is it? Oh, well, okay. The news about Bolsante, I think that's his name, but I believe they're trying to bring criminal charges. Well, that is very political. So I think I know what you're talking about. More in the handling of the pandemic. But I don't know if that's the reason, because this started a while ago. I don't know if that would be enough reason for Brazilian stocks to sink. It's a buyout. KDMN is a buyout. Okay, so I guess on this date it was announced, and it was just been moving like this, and that's why it's a buyout. Well, I know that's because it didn't have any. It wasn't trading anything. You know, once the buyout was announced, of course, the trading just dries up. Now there might have been some news. Maybe it's you know, it's been finalized. You know, just because a company announces that they're going to be bought out, or a company, you know, there are still some hoops to go through. So until it's done, it's not done. And the company, yeah, I mean, this is the news, but this has to be the same thing as what happened here, unless this is a different company that they're merging with. It's hard for me to believe, but because look, I mean, it didn't really move that much. $9. Yeah, so the merger price might have been 940, 950. I don't know. You'd have to dig it up. Woof, a big surge, guys, and you know what? Yeah, don't quote me on that, Becca. I'm not 100% sure, but it seems like now it's done. There you go. So the price is 950. So yeah. And if people are wondering, well, why wouldn't it be at 950 on the day of? The reason being is that, you know, there are still things that can happen. Before it actually happens, you've got a lot of dead money here, okay? Before it actually happens. And then there's always the chance that it doesn't happen. And I know this because I was in one of those and I got hammered on it. Many, 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 many years ago. Oh, it's a long, Sam, it's a long time ago. And I shook it off a long time ago. Worm futures, I wish. I think I've told the story quite a while ago. I told the story. It was back in, wow, it was back in 2010, I think. So that's 11 years ago. Still waiting on this Azul, guys. I want to see a nice little breakdown of 1580. It may not happen, but if it does, I'm there. Okay, guys, I'm just pausing here. Don't see anything unbelievable happening. The DWAC is still kind of making up its mind, I think, if it wants to take that push through 50 or go back down to 20. Could happen either way. Doubt if it's going to go down to 20, but I mean, could happen either way. Oh, that's why. Give me a moment here, please. What's going wrong with one of my charts? Give me a moment here, guys. I'm just adjusting a chart. All right, come on down, Asul. See if you can make a nice little move down here. All right, how is SCAM doing? This was unfortunately not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I was looking at this, but not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. AGC, guys, is just hitting here now. Also, AGC. Now this happened at 221. It made some kind of a 10-day daily breakup. That's why. That's why it waited. I know somebody was talking about this one earlier, but this is on the 10-day daily breakout to the high side. So if you look left now, it has room to 1175. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Just saying that's the next high looking left. But you're talking about an extended play right now. So I'm sure that those of you who are so inclined are going to want to short this one at some point, AGC. And speak of the devil, Mr. William S. showing up with a short. There's that little, you see the 200-day moving average is peaking above here. Yeah, when that hit over 50, that looked like it was just going to keep running. I mean, it got to 52, and then it was like an astonishing boom, drop just like that. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 2:23. So just give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right. Back at the desk. Ah, this was a little pop. I'm only gonna give this one a little bit longer. Guys, you're talking about Ford. Let's take a look at Ford just for fun. See the volume coming in. Okay, I don't really see it. I see it here on the 5. Don't see it on the 15 so much. I see it on the 5. A little bit on the 2s. But we have one over here too, so. No, I thought you were short AGC. Or did oh, you flipped it, okay. See, if you just held it a little bit longer, William. But I know, you only want 1.5% or whatever that is. I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean, Dwaku business? What do you mean by that exactly? Well, it's the same as DWAC, DW. It's just a different share categorization. It's the same as DWAC. It's a SPAC, you know that. No, or maybe you don't know that. It's a SPAC. They're merging. They want to merge with your ex-president's new social media platform. Okay? You have to know that, right? I mean, we've been talking about it all day. Oh, really? Oh, my goodness. Well, just look at DWAC. That is the main trading vehicle in terms of shares, anyway. Only 416 million shares with 28 million in the float. So, oh, I see. Well, that's what it's all about. It was announced this morning. Okay, 2:30. Another half hour to go, guys. Coco was a IPO today. According to what I read, yeah, so this is not good. They were predicting between 18 to 20, and then they had to lower the IPO price to about 15. So this is not good. I mean, it's below the IPO price. Look at Hootie, guys. Excuse me, Hootie is doing its thing. It's the new hex today. HX. I mean, Hootie is doing its thing. Well, you're not doing a good job today. Goldman. Yeah, so we're seeing a little bounce in the Brazilian stocks. The Vail, I don't know about the Vail, but the EBR and certainly the Azul. If I had to put, no, I won't say it. I won't say it. I was going to say a bet on the DWAC. Yeah, but it was China. Perfect circle. China. Low float China play. Oh, just a minute, please. All right, here's another one on the way down. TMCI, what do you do? The Trias Medical Concepts Inc. And you are an all-time low. I didn't see this one at all until right now. The filters must have not have kicked in. I have 500,000 shares as one of my minimums, so that's why I didn't kick in until right now. Look at this one. This is an IPO from back here. Disaster. As high as 34, down to 19 now. Not disaster, but I mean, if you're holding this, I mean, why is it going to move up unless it gets some spectacular news? Well, you're welcome to come over here, a perfect circle, you know. Ooh, brother, guys. There's going to be some craziness after hours. I could just see. Who's playing TTW? Oh, I don't know. No, it hasn't been mentioned in the main room at all today. Ah, okay. So not an earnings play. Wow, big move. Yeah, big move. Just way out of the price range I like to trade, but big move, especially in the last little while. Okay, just out of the range I like to trade, but so I haven't heard anybody talk about TTW or TTWO in the room, the main room today. Well, what to say, guys? What to say? You know what I'm doing with this? I mean, I had an alert set right here. Again, this will not surprise me if it does something really crazy. I mean, crazier than it's already done. I will say it again. Wow, there it is. There it is. There it is. You know, it's funny, guys. I woke up this morning dragging. I didn't feel that well, but wow, what a day! All it needs is stuff like this to just get the blood going and curdling, and I wouldn't want to see my blood curdle, but wow. Money can buy happiness. There's no question about it. At least a mild respite from if you're dragging. How's that? I mean, if this takes out 50 with any authority, look out. I mean, what did it get to? It got up to 52, I think. A little over 52 right here. I can't even look at any. Getting some alerts, shorting possibilities for TCMI, for Donut, DNUT, but I can't look at anything else. Thought it was a little higher. Thought it was a little bit higher than that. Yeah, I see 52, high of 52. So, I mean, we're within a dime, okay? I see a high of 52, according to my other chart that I've got up and running. And if I type in another symbol here, I'll be able to see it on our trade ideas charts. Come on. I've had some lag today. I have to admit, I've had a little bit of lag today. My charts. Yeah, I see 52 right there also. And only 428 million shares have traded. So let's just do, I don't have this on my turnover because it's above the price range I look at, but right now anyway. So it has turned the float over 15 times, and that's on a 28 million float. That's pretty spectacular. Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. Somebody's asking me, do I think it'll go to 100 tomorrow? I have no idea. I can't. I don't think like that. Because if I say yes, and people say, oh, okay, the guy said he thinks it's going to 100, people will buy it, but I certainly have no idea. I mean, you have to remember, this was a $10 stock yesterday. So it has basically gone up 5 times. But obviously there is some will behind this stock, so anything could happen. But the reverse could happen. It could drop down to 20, so I don't know. The warrants were 49 cents. Wow. No, we know that. I mean, we know why it's going up. We understand that. But you're asking me, do I think it's going to 100 tomorrow? I don't know. Anything is possible. It's possible, Miguel. It's possible. Anything is possible. I just don't make any predictions. I'm not going to say anything like, oh, it's going to take out 50, then it's going to 60, and maybe to 70. You know, I can't. I'm not going to do that. This is something that a person has to trade on their own. In other words, it's not nothing. It's not a technical trade at all. It's pure emotion. I mean, you could argue maybe a 3-bar pullback on the 15, maybe, but it's an emotional trade, not a technical trade. But I know what I'm waiting for. Your conscience be your guide, or your self. Boy, this one just getting thumped. I mean, if I'd been paying a little more attention to these ones that are on the 10-day daily breakdown, you know, I could have done a lot of damage here too. But just too much going on elsewhere. Yeah, both the D's, donut and D now. Every time I see that D now, I think of Hank Kingsley, for those of you who know who I'm talking about. See if anybody gets that reference. Larry Sanders, good for you, Cam. Hey now. So D now. Ooh, an intellectual property waiver. Yikes. Yikes. Mm-hmm. How's Pfizer doing? I'm sure they're all probably dropping down on that news. A little bit anyway for Pfizer. Moderna getting hit a little harder. I see your question. I mean, I suppose it could be, but you know, in theory, wouldn't necessarily know that this was going to happen. Edging, you know, that's what they could always say. I didn't know it was going to do this. All right, guys. Man, oh man. Well, I'm just waiting on one thing to happen and see if it happens. If it happens, I know what I'm going to do. So 249. So one last talk about my homepage. Maybe, Hija. All right, so you click on my homepage link, and this is what you'll see. So again, we have a nice promo on right now for 25% off. Here's the promo code, test drive, all in capital letters, numeric 25, 25% off the first month only or the entire year. A recommendation, if you're unsure about our product, don't take an annual subscription. You can always take a monthly right here. Monthly subscription. Standard, start off with standard, 118 less than 25%. And if you do like it enough that you want to upgrade to an annual, and you do it within 30 days, we'll honor that promo code. Or you can start off with the premium, 228 less than 25%. Big difference is the AI. Okay, so that's nice promo code, as I say, 25% off. Other information on my homepage, 3 free sections. The trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon every day, Eastern Time, and all the education, including the brand spanking new, come on, user guide. So the user guide, if you click on this, you'll see it's organized in categories right here. Okay, beautifully done, categories. And we also have, you want to dive in a little deeper, we have a full table of contents. Brand new last week. Okay, so it's a tremendous, what I would do if you're starting out though, I would just take the easy route to begin. Take the 20 introductory lessons. What are top lists, building top lists, alert windows, creating them, down to Brokerage Plus and the AI. So this is what I would start off with, and then you can get a little bit deeper when you go into the user guide if you want. And daily webinars, they'll start next week again. You can sign up for them all here. And back to basics, another great little video series. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. It's all free. And last, my scans. You click here. Here are my scans, including, this is the layout that it's not exactly looking the same, but it's basically the same layout that I'm sharing, okay? And then a lot of the other scans are here. So a lot of information on my home page. So what I would do is save my link. Then these 2 sections, which a lot of information, you can take a look at that at any time when you want. You don't have to do it while you're in the trading room. Well, but I believe what it would mean, the companies who have spent a ton of money developing the drug. I mean, look, it's a proposal that you'd have to read up on it a little bit, but correct me. William would probably know, like an intellectual property waiver. That would kind of mean that anybody then could take their formula, shall we say, and create their own drug. Am I right, William? Yeah, so they can create generics. So that's normally again, I'm not completely up on all this. Normally, a company has 7 years of exclusivity, and then after that, anybody can come and create a generic drug from it. Is that still correct? But usually they have 7 years of exclusivity. Yeah, okay, so unless granted orphan drug status. Okay, yes. I didn't think it was 15 years, Ignacio. I thought it was 15 or 7. Anyway, whatever it is. So when a company spends, and then, you can rail against the drug companies, but if they're spending billions and billions of dollars to develop something, I guess and it happens to be, a very good drug. I'm not talking vaccines specifically, just, in general. Then it only makes sense that they're allowed to have exclusivity for 7 years or whatever the time frame is to get back their investment, etc., and make some money on it. After that, though, any company can create something as in a generic nature. Okay, guys, I am exhausted. What a day. My goodness, what a day. I'm going to keep an eye on the Ardus for tomorrow. RDUS. I want to see how well it holds this 19. It's been a little bit choppy, but it's holding the 19 fairly well. It's holding that 200-day moving average. It's a bit over $1 away. And see if it can kind of regain a little bit of its highs of yesterday. Meanwhile, Hudi, HUDI, is still, compared to HX. I mean, Hudi is just a star now, and more. Actually, the volume, well, not bad volume. Look at the volume in the 2. Actually, that's good volume. Compared to the previous 2-minute candles, going back to this, back to just before 2 o'clock, so about an hour ago. So that's a nice big volume pop. Yeah, I don't mean that they have to divulge exactly how they make their drug. No, of course not. Well, how would you like to have been holding this one at $2.98, $3 approximately right here on the, when was that? The 8th? What are we now, the 21st? A couple of weeks. Now this one is shortable for me. Not that I want to short it right now, but HX, I think it's been shortable every now and then, but I think Hoodie's always been available. So we'll have to see this one tomorrow, because this is again up on. I used to call this, well, not Call it vaporware, okay? I mean, this is just up on no news, nothing. All right, guys. I think that is it. Are there any other questions? I don't see any. Don't see any questions. All right. Well, guys, thanks a lot for all of the help. Wow, what a day. Helping each other, trying to wend our way through the, well, a few trades, especially the DWAC trade. All right. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, and who knows what tomorrow is going to bring. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.